Chapter 1812. Not a ghost. I'm afraid it's just one of Luo Xio's moves. Azura is not a ghost, not a human, not a god. There should be other moves that are not human, not god, or even more terrifying. If I can't win with strength, I can only win with skill. For a moment, Chu Yang's thoughts flashed. He made up his mind to not let Gong's son Long succeed. He couldn't unleash his true strength at this moment. Of course, he didn't want to waste all his previous efforts. However, to be honest, he wasn't confident in dealing with Luo Xio's later moves. He really wanted to save face. Azura is the reincarnation of arrogance and hatred. Then, I'll use the 3 poisons of greed, aversion, and obsession. Hungry Ghost Path. In the past, he was greedy and deceived others. Due to this reason, he fell into the Hungry Ghost Path. Hungry ghosts can never run away, just like greedy desires. The Hungry Ghost Path can barely correspond with the poison of greed, aversion, and obsession. The light in Chu Yang's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Luo Xio had the Azura martial soul, but he also had Azura in his heart. Luo Xio could use the power of the Hungry Ghost Path, and he had the reincarnation divine ability. Luo Xio was Azura, so he was Buddha. Greed. Chu Yang spat out a word and slashed with the contradictory blade in his hand. In an instant, it seemed like he had poured out all the greed in his heart. Amipa. At the same time, along with the slash, a Buddhist chant resounded through heaven and earth. A Buddha appeared on the blade. It seemed like Mahamayuri, but it also seemed like it wasn't Mahamayuri. Tens of thousands of golden rays welcomed the ghosts. One slash contained 2 intents: endless greed and the Buddhist precepts of wisdom. Precepts could eliminate greed. Precepts could create steadfastness, and one steadfastness would be deep. Greed would not be aroused, and one steadfastness would be improved. Anger would be eliminated, wisdom would be revealed, and foolishness would be removed. Chu Yang already had a certain level of understanding of Buddhism. Previously, he had used the fragrant elephant to cross the river and cut off the flow of the masses as examples. At this moment, he unleashed the dual intents with his saber. The 2 slash wheels, one inside and one outside, were like 2 reincarnations. The outer slash wheel represented greed, and the inner slash wheel represented precepts of wisdom. Screech. As if they had encountered an enemy, the group of ghosts let out horrifying screams together. They also transformed into a spinning wheel made of ghostly mist, which looked like the Tao of hungry ghosts in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Clang! Clang! When the 2 met, it was as if 2 large blades were continuously hacking at each other. Waves of metallic sounds rang out, and sparks flew in all directions. When the golden Buddhist light and the ghostly mist met, they were like fire and water. With sizzling sounds, they formed a rolling white mist that submerged that area. Dang! Chu Yang was like a single person's greed, unable to fight against the greed of many people. Luo Xio's blade will cut open the first blade wheel and face the second blade wheel. Abstain from wisdom. Eliminate the 3 poisons of greed, aversion, and obsession. The second blade wheel was like an eminent monk of the righteous Tao, untainted by the 3 poisons and 3 impurities. The moment Luo Xio's blade will came into contact with it, it was directly cut apart. With a clang, it was like a large blade falling to the ground and exploding with a loud bang. The ghosts screamed as if they were on the verge of death. The screams of the ghosts reverberated in everyone's ears. Not only did everyone feel cold, but they also felt extreme pain. It was as if their eardrums had been pierced. Following the final screams of the ghosts, all the ghostly qi disappeared. The surrounding temperature returned to normal. Under the golden Buddhist light, everyone felt warm. I'm not bad. I wonder if this counts as creating my own blade technique. Chu Yang couldn't help but smile. As he didn't want Gong Sun Long to succeed, he didn't reveal his true strength. He actually had a breakthrough in the battle with Luo Xio. Chapter 1813. It seems that keeping a low profile is a great thing. My decision is really very wise. I must continue to carry forward and keep a low profile, so low that it can't get any lower. The more he thought about it, the happier he was. Perhaps Gong Sunlong would never have thought of this. Inhuman, Chu Yang was able to block it, but Luo Xiao was already prepared. He immediately slashed out a second time. Even so, his heart was still trembling incessantly. Chu Yang had blocked it a little too easily, and this was really his last trump card, his strongest killing move, which could even draw upon the power of the six paths. A blade wheel was formed again, but this time it was wrapped in the world of mortals. Inside it, there were many living beings and their various forms. Love, hatred, joy, anger, sorrow, and joy, 7 emotions and 7 desires were all presented, completely triggering the human path of the 6 paths. The second slash is inhuman. Then the next slash will definitely be inhuman. Chuyang was naturally not surprised. With a clang, the contradictory blade in his hand slashed out again. Anger. There was not much difference between this slash and his previous slash. The same Buddha had appeared, the same Buddha light shone, and the same 2 blade wheels. What was different was that between the 2 blade wheels, the inner blade will still represented wisdom, while the outer blade wheel represented anger and poison. Clang, clang. The result was similar to the previous one. The outer blade wheel was destroyed, but the inner blade wheel easily blocked Luo Xiao's blade technique. Inhuman. One blade after another, Luo Xiao slashed out 3 times in an instant. After that, he withdrew his blade and stood still, no longer attacking. He had already used all his means, so it was useless to attack again. Buzz, 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 buzz. This slash of the inhuman had reached the peak of Luo Xiao's blade technique. The blade wheel buzzed and burst out with incomparably sacred light. There was also endless joy, happiness, and all kinds of bliss bursting out. It was as if this was the blade wheel of joy, happiness, and bliss. Under the illumination of the divine light, everyone present felt as if they had entered the heavenly Tao from the Tao of man. They enjoyed the endless blessings, and smiles appeared on their faces. The power of the heavenly path, the head of the 6 paths, was completely drawn out. The blade seemed to be the heavenly path of the 6 paths. It rumbled towards Chuyang. Good timing, idiot. Chuyang's saber of contradiction moved again. With a swing of his saber, it was as if he had thrown out all his stupidity. Immediately, the greed and anger poisons appeared. The 3 poisons were present. Among the 3 poisons, the intoxication poison was the most severe. Once the poison of infatuation arose, the poison of greed and poison of resentment would naturally arise. What is idiocy? According to the theory of total sacrifice, an idiot is an idiot and ignorant. It meant that one's mind was dark and ignorant. Ignorance was bound to lead to mistakes. Greed and anger would naturally arise. Therefore, once the obsession poison appeared, the greed poison and anger poison naturally appeared as well. When the 3 poisons came out together, they formed 3 knife wheels. Jie Dinghui originally only had 1 knife wheel, but as they were the antidote to the 3 poisons, they correspondingly transformed into 3 knife wheels. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The violent rotation produced violent vibrations. The incomparably sharp knife, Qi, not only cut through and destroyed everything, but also polluted everything. As soon as it came into contact with the blade wheel formed by Luo Xiao and Inhuman, the sacred light on it was immediately contaminated. It was no longer sacred, and the light instantly weakened. It was faintly about to fall into turbidity and be completely obscured. Clang, clang, clang. When the knife wheels met, the center of Luo Xiao's knife will burst out with the light of joy. It blocked the 3 poisons and broke through the inhuman poison knife wheel, the greed knife wheel, and the anger knife wheel. It was like a confrontation between justice and evil. In the end, evil could not defeat justice. Justice finally defeated evil and destroyed the 3 knife wheels, but it consumed a lot of energy. Chapter 1814. Luo Xiao did not attack again, and neither did Chu Yang. The battle had come to an end. You used the 3 poisons of greed, aversion, and obsession against my non-ghost, non-human, and non-god. Even Ashura could not defeat the aversion poison, which is why it is called Ashura. With the 3 poisons, how could I be your opponent? Luo Xiao admitted that he had failed completely. He couldn't do anything to Chu Yang at all. He sighed incomparably. There is also the precept of wisdom. Chu Yang added. Since Luo Xiao had lost, he naturally wanted to let Luo Xiao understand why he had lost. Yes, Luo Xiao nodded. There is also the precept of wisdom, which can cure the 3 poisons of greed, aversion, and obsession. I'm just in Shura. How could I not lose? Not just anyone Shura can trigger the power of the hungry ghost path, human path, and heaven path. At least, you're the first person I have met who can trigger the power of 3 paths out of the 6 paths. Chu Yang was telling the truth. Luo Xiao had cultivated the saber technique with the Shura martial soul, and it was indeed amazing. If he did not have the reincarnation divine ability, he would be more cautious. When Luo Xiao heard Chu Yang's words, he could not help but laugh, and a touch of pride appeared on his face. How many people in the East Continent can get your approval? Even if I, Luo Xiao, die now, I will not have wasted my next life. Come on, give me a quick death. Chu Yang was flattered to the point that he was overjoyed. He immediately laughed heartily. I also said that you won't die. If I say you will not die, you will not die. He stopped laughing and looked at Gong Sun long in the distance. His expression was cold as he said, What do you think? Did you see anything from me? Are you satisfied with what I did? How do you feel? Can you share with everyone what you are feeling now? Boom! The entire place was in an uproar, but it soon quieted down. From a beginning to the end, Chu Wuxin's opponent had never been Luo Xiao, but Gong Sun Long. As for Chu Yang's mocking words, they were also shocked. Gong Sun Long wanted to see how capable Chu Yang was, but Chu Yang refused to let Gong Sun Long succeed. And in the end, he seemed to have succeeded. When he dealt with Luo Xiao, especially at the end, it could be said that he had completely won with wisdom and won with skill. It truly had a feeling of breaking through the heavens with skill. With such a response, other than seeing Chu Yang's astonishing saber and sword techniques, as well as his shocking talent and comprehension ability, what else could he see? Chu Yang's talent was astounding. This had long been proven, and today was just another proof. His proficiency in swordsmanship had long been known, and this was just another step forward. If it was exposed, then it would be his bladesmanship that would be exposed. But other than that, what else could he see? No one knew, because perhaps this was enough for Gong Sun Long. Therefore, at this moment, everyone couldn't help but look at Gong Sun Long. Gong Sun Long had the best answer. Gong Sun Long didn't open his mouth, but his face had a constipated expression, as if his anger and frustration had been blocked, and he couldn't poop out. His entire face was red, and his neck was thick, and the protruding blood vessels and meridians were clearly visible. There was no doubt about his mood, but it was still too rough. Gong Sun Long's mood at this moment must be wonderful and incomparably wonderful, because his opponent was Chu Yang. Of Chu Yang's opponents, which one of them wasn't angry to the point of stomping their feet and cursing at him? Which one of them wasn't humiliated to death by him, losing all their face and living a life worse than death? Without mentioning anything else, Chu Yang's mocking words just now, "Are you satisfied? How do you feel? Can you share with everyone how you are feeling now?" These words were enough to ridicule and provoke people. Gong Sun Long was probably no exception, but unfortunately, no one knew what his specific mood was. Besides, Gong Sun Long didn't say anything, but people had already confirmed the answer. Gong Sun Long hadn't achieved his goal in this battle, and he definitely hadn't obtained everything he wanted. Chapter 18:15. Can I share with you how I feel right now? Gong Sun Long did not say anything, but Chu Yang did. I know that someone has a good plan, so I will not let him have his way. I'm trying to keep a low profile. I did not expect that my opponent would be so extraordinary. Under the pressure, He was enlightened. Now, I am so happy that I want to hum. You were conquered by me just like that. Everyone was speechless. Shameless Chew, you are so low profile. You're going to be conquered by me just like that? Such words, such provocation. It was only a matter of time before Gong Sun Long's pride was cut into pieces. You are indeed out of my expectations, but this is nothing more than a casual move on my part. Gong Sun Long finally spoke, but it was only a simple sentence, and then he closed his mouth tightly. He looked like he was constipated, and the exposed blue veins on his neck disappeared. His expression was calm, no different from before, but his eyes were a little cold. Are you trying to explain? Chu Yang smirked. Very well. I will make you kneel and sing Conquer later. Interesting. Gong Sun Long only said 3 words, but his eyes became colder, but he was still able to remain calm. Of course it is interesting. Thud, thud, thud. Chu Yang had an evil smile on his face. He walked in the void and covered a large distance with each step. It was as if he had the ability to shrink the ground. However, before he took 3 steps, he was only a few dozen meters away from Gong Sun Long. I will cut off your head and use it as a chamber pot. Do you think it is not interesting? No one has ever used their head as a chamber pot. I think I will be the first. The smile on his face became even more evil. Although I'm looking down on the ancients, I have no choice. Who asked your head to look like a chamber pot? If you want to fight, I can fulfill your wish. Gong Sun Long was not a pushover. He was still a little angry, and he could not control himself. His voice was as cold as ice, and it was so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze the world. The revenge of the cane farmers is from morning till night. Didn't I learn it from you? Chu Yang dragged his sword in the void casually. The smile on his face became more and more playful, and he was getting closer and closer to Gong Sun Long Shua. A silhouette flashed and blocked Chu Yang's path. It was an excessively exquisite face of a man, and he was dressed in white clothes. Chu Yang's eyes were imprinted on it. Chu Yang, your opponent is me. The handsome Chun Burang, who was like a pear blossom pressing down on a begonia. The gigolo, Chun Burang. He was obviously unhappy. Chu Yang had already agreed to fight with him, but now he was going to fight with Gong Sun Long. This was no different from looking down on him. Don't you like to watch a play? Go to the side and watch the play. Chun Burang didn't step aside. Instead, he frowned. Is there anything wrong with what I said? Chu Yang smiled. Things are going on. Is it appropriate for you to intervene? Chun Burang was not a fool. He naturally understood what Chu Yang meant. Chu Yang had to deal with Luo Xiu's matter. If he, Chun Burang, was unhappy, he should have been unhappy before and not now. I didn't know before. You can pretend that you don't know now. What if I insist? Chun Burang was angry. Are you sure? Chu Yang smiled evilly, and it was a little strange. He looked at Chun Burang like that. Chun Burang's heart skipped a beat for no reason, but he immediately calmed down. So what if Chu Yang was angry? He, Chun Burang, had nothing to fear. Do you think I am joking? Do you think I am joking? Chapter 1816. Good. Chun Burang was so angry that he laughed. Then I'd like to see how you're not joking. Then you'd better stand properly. Chu Yang sneered. The atmosphere became even more tense. Just as everyone was waiting for Chu Yang to make trouble, he suddenly shouted at Shangwan Lan, Lan, someone is bullying your husband. Plop, bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a large number of people fell down in the field. Many people were shocked by Chu Yang. They were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Goosebumps rose all over their bodies. They were almost disgusted, but they were also thoroughly shocked. Who would have thought that shameless Chu would flip out like this? At this moment, Chun Burang's body trembled violently. Then he directly froze. It was as if he had been petrified. He was like a drowning person who fell from the sky. Damn bastard. Hashtag yen percent hashtag yen. He could not help but curse in his heart. The crowd was filled with cries of crying for their parents. Oh, my waist, I sprained it. Ha, my stomach, ha. Shameless Chu is indeed shameless Chu. He's so good at it, ha. The next moment, after a great shock, everyone laughed like crazy. The whole place burst into laughter. They laughed so hard that they swayed back and forth and rolled on the ground. Ha ha, this is so funny. Anyway, the parrot was rolling on the ground laughing. It was about to go crazy. Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, and Xiong Longxiang were all speechless. If Chuyang did that to them, they would probably go crazy. As another important figure in the joke, Shang Wanlan's head was buried in her chest like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. She was too ashamed to face anyone. Okay. Ji Yiming's heart was pounding. She secretly rejoiced that Chu Yang was so shameless that he did not call her. However, in an instant, she was jealous of Shang Wanlan. Her mood was very complicated. Murder! Chu Yang was not done yet. He howled like a wolf again. With a frightened look, he shouted, "Gigolo is so scary. Lan, your husband is going to be killed. Hurry up and save your husband's life." Shang Wanlan really wanted to spit at Chu Yang and beat him up. She hated Chen Burang to the extreme. If it weren't for Chen Burang, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Chen Burang's face darkened as he trembled in anger. He really couldn't understand what this thing was. Relying on a woman to stand up for him. How could he still have any face? Why didn't he have any sense of shame? You Lan. As soon as Chen Burang spat out a word, he suddenly heard Chu Yang shouting Shang Wanlan's name. He was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was completely injured. Previously, Shang Wanlan had already warned Chen Burang, and Shang Wanlan was stronger than him. If Shang Wanlan really attacked, Chen Burang would have no place to cry. Although the two families knew each other, to be exact, they were family friends. Gigolo, now that you know how powerful my wife is, do you still dare to bully me? When Chuyang spoke again, Chen Burang really wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, who was the one bullying who? Suddenly, Chen Burang saw Shang Wanlan's murderous gaze sweeping over. Although he didn't know if it was a warning to Chu Yang or him, he immediately slipped away. Chapter 1817. Ouch! Chu Yang immediately rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "That thing, my wife is virtuous, beautiful and kind-hearted. She let you go, but you still dare to threaten her husband. You really think that my wife doesn't dare to teach you a lesson? Gigolo, stop right there." Chen Burang, who had flown far away, suddenly froze in midair. Then he lost control of his body and fell down. There was a muffled sound, and it was obvious that Chen Burang had made intimate contact with the ground. Gigolo, you have a good face. Is it appropriate for you to forcibly molest a good girl like Lady Tara? Chu Yang still felt that it wasn't enough. He immediately added, "That's not enough. You actually forced yourself on her. I can already hear the sobbing sound of Miss Earth. You heartless beast. You're even worse than a pig or a dog." Boom! There was a loud noise, and everyone seemed to see Chen Burang's furious face at this moment. "Gigolo!" Chu Yang roared again. "Let's not talk about how you force yourself on Miss Earth. Now that she's married to you and has given birth to a child for you, you actually hit a woman. I really don't know how to describe you. I can't even find an adjective to describe you in my rich vocabulary." Everyone was once again completely shocked by Chu Yang's amazing talent. In addition, this development was so fast. Chen Burang had just molested Lady Tara, and Chen Burang and Lady Tara were already married and had a child. Time was so mysterious. In such a short period of time, so many things could happen. The child was already grown up. Many people couldn't help but wipe their sweat. Shameless Chu was too heartless. "Hey, little guy, you're so funny." Chu Yang was laughing in his heart. Just these words could make Chen Burang react so violently. He felt that the people in this world were too cute and easy to bully. "Gigolo, I'm just joking with you. Do you have to be so angry?" Chu Yang added, "Wait, when we get home, don't tell your mother. I'm afraid she'll take out a pig's knife and chop me up." Chen Burang was completely silent. He seemed to have fainted from anger. "Waha! Chu Hang, you're good. You're really good." The parrot laughed crazily again, rolling on the ground. With Chu Hang around, it really wasn't lonely. "I was just fighting with this kind of Chu Yang, this kind of opponent." At this moment, Luo Xiu also broke out in cold sweat. He also realized that Chu Yang was simply too polite to him just now. He couldn't be any more polite. If Chu Yang were to go overboard, it would be even more unacceptable than if his entire family were to be killed. Gong Sunlong, who had long been ignored by Chu Yang, had a gloomy expression on his face. He knew that if there was no result today, Chu Yang would definitely not give up. As for the result, if he didn't die, then Chu Yang would die. This completely went against his plan, and everything was messed up. At the same time, he was at an absolute disadvantage because Shang Wanlan was next to him. Even if he won, he couldn't kill Chu Yang. Everything he did would be in vain, and it would only give Chu Yang a chance to get to know him better. Whoosh! Thinking of this, Gong Sunlong didn't stay any longer and immediately flew away. Humph! Do you think you can leave? Chu Yang sneered. Just now, although he was joking around, his attention was always on Gong Sunlong, and he was clear about Gong Sunlong's every move. As soon as Gong Sunlong moved, he also moved. With a whoosh, he moved extremely fast, as if he had broken through the void and instantly arrived behind Gong Sunlong. He raised the contradictory sword and slashed down. Shocking divine sword art. A sword gleam descended from the sky, and a deity fell from the sky as well. Gong Sunlong only made a slight resistance, and was immediately cut in half by the sword. Chu Yang was surprised. Although the sword's essence was hidden in the sword, Gong Sunlong was too weak. Chapter 1818. Who would have thought that Gong Sunlong would still be able to speak after being cut in half? At this moment, his blood was pouring down like rain, and his intestines were scattered all over the ground. His body that was split into two halves turned around, allowing everyone to see everything clearly. It was as if they were looking at a human anatomy chart. It was extremely horrifying and gave people goosebumps. Many people could not help but hold their breaths. Bastard, the day we settle our old and new grudges, you will regret coming to this world. Gong Sunlong's voice was very calm. It was as if he was speaking normally, without any anger or resentment. However, such a tone made people shudder and feel a chill down their backs. Especially his lips, which had been cut in half, were moving separately. It was extremely terrifying. The strangest thing was that his throat, which had been cut in half, was still able to make a sound. At this moment, everyone's hair stood on end. Gong Sunlong was even more terrifying than a demon. That kind of horror was indescribable. Bang bang. With two soft sounds, the two halves of Gong Sunlong's body fell from the sky. There was no more sound, and no one made a sound for a long time. I have a headache. Chu Yang's voice was heard. He touched his forehead, and it seemed that he really had a headache. An enemy like Gong Sunlong was more than just a headache. It made people unable to eat or sleep well. It's just a clone. Looks like I have to make a trip. How troublesome. Chu Yang scratched his head in annoyance. Then, he said to Luo Xiao, "Where is your house? Take me there quickly. Otherwise, it's none of my business if you die." Sigh. Then, he let out a long sigh and said, "The plan really can't keep up with the changes. The plan was good, but now it's all gone. I still have to go thousands of miles away to care about the life and death of others. My brain." People finally understood that Chu Yang's headache was not because of Gong Sunlong, but because of Luo Xiao and Luo Xiao's family. Judging from Chu Yang's tone, Luo Xiao's family might have been wiped out. When people realized this, they could not help but gasp. There were many details that they did not know. Obviously, Gong Sunlong's methods were extremely sinister and vicious. Is there enough time? As soon as Luo Xiao opened his mouth, Chu Yang's anger surged up. Stop talking nonsense. If you delay any longer, your family will really be wiped out and all of you will die. Of course, Chu Yang wasn't sure. Gong Sunlong had one of his clones killed by him, so he would definitely be enraged. He might even vent his anger on Luo Xiao's family. As for Gong Sunlong, he should be much faster than Chu Yang and the others. This was also the reason why Chu Yang was so angry. Shua. He directly grabbed Luo Xiao and left quickly. His speed was shockingly fast, and in the blink of an eye, Chu Yang and Luo Xiao's figures completely disappeared. I'm really ridiculous. How could someone like Shameless Chu be afraid of Gong Sun Long? That's right. So what if Gong Sun Long is scary? Can he scare Shameless Chu? Speaking of which, for Gong Sun Long to force Luo Xiao like this, his methods are truly... If Luo Xiao is his dog, then who would dare to be Gong Sun Long's dog in the future? No wonder Shameless Chu was so displeased with Chun Burang earlier. He was so eager to anger Chun Burang to death. People quickly understood Chu Yang's actions. Gong Sun Long had used such despicable methods to force Luo Xiao. Chun Burang did not stop him, and even helped Gong Sun Long later. How could Chu Yang let him go? Chapter 1819. Therefore, it didn't matter whether Chu Yang knew it or not. He wouldn't feel anything even if he knew, and he wouldn't feel anything even if he didn't know. He was in a hurry now, so he directly asked Bing Kun to use the space technique to hurry up. Luo Xiao was almost stunned when he saw Bing Kun. If my secret is leaked, I will tell you how eunuchs practice. As soon as Chu Yang's evil words fell into Luo Xiao's ears, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable in a certain part of his body. At the same time, he was full of gratitude to Chu Yang in his heart. Such a big secret was exposed in order to save his family. Luo Xiao was from the East Continent, so his family was naturally in the East Continent. He was stripped naked by Chu Yang and hung up to dry. After that, he took advantage of Gong Sun Long and became Gong Sun Long's dog. Therefore, his family was not in the sphere of influence of the Gong Sun family. After knowing this, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel relieved. The East Continent was extremely vast, but that was relative to ordinary people. For a sage like Bing Kun, the East Continent couldn't be big. In particular, Bing Kun was proficient in the space technique, so the entire East Continent seemed even smaller to Bing Kun. In a very short period of time, Bing Kun took Chu Yang and Luo Xiao to Luo Xiao's house. At this time, a group of criminals really rushed into Luo Xiao's house. The dog at Luo Xiao's door was the first to suffer. It was directly cut into two halves. The chickens and ducks in the courtyard, as well as a donkey pulling the millstone, were also instantly killed. They were all cut into two halves. Such a scene was obvious at first sight. It was completely Gong Sun Long's revenge and anger. Luo Xiao's anger almost spurted out of his eyes. When he had killed all the criminals, he realized that his palms were covered in cold sweat, and his body was also covered in cold sweat. If he had been a little later, his family would have all been gone. Bang! Luo Xiao directly knelt down and kowtowed to Chu Yang. Bang! 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 Damn it! Chu Yang didn't like troublesome things, and he was already annoyed. Now that he saw the tricks of these criminals, he couldn't be more furious. Gong Sun Long actually vented all his resentment towards Chu Yang on other people. If Gong Sun Long succeeded, Chu Yang felt that he would definitely feel guilty because there was no way he could get rid of it. Take care of your family. Tell me if you need anything. Of course, Chu Yang was not short of money. He had killed so many arrogant people, so he was filthy rich. Putting everything else aside, just the Star Academies Bei Qinxing and the myriad courtyards Li Shengsan were enough. The two of them definitely had a lot of worldly wealth in their spaces. Even if they didn't have it, it would be easy to make money by exchanging cultivation resources. That won't be necessary. Luo Xiao stood up. He was still in a state of shock. When he saw his family again, he was deeply frightened by the sudden turn of events. His eyes were filled with hatred. There's no free lunch in this world. Chu Yang couldn't help but add, this time, Gong Sun Long. I hope that there won't be another Gong Sun Long next time. Luo Xiao's body trembled. It could be said that he had made a mistake that would cause everlasting regret. He had indeed gained a lot of benefits by relying on Gong Sun Long, and had even awakened the Shura martial soul. However, he had lost even more. He was confident that the Shura martial soul would be awakened sooner or later, even without Gong Sun Long. There definitely won't be a next time. Luo Xiao said with incomparable determination. That's good. Chu Yang nodded and didn't say anything else. If he said anything else, he would be preaching. He didn't have the right to preach to others. Chapter 1820. Luo Xiao's cultivation was extraordinary, and there was no problem in ensuring the safety of his family, so Chu Yang could naturally leave with peace of mind. Xiao that was your friend just now, right? He came all the way to our house. How could you not invite him in for a cup of tea? Luo Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly at his parents' reproach. He then muttered to himself, "Perhaps I can't be considered his friend, and I shouldn't have such qualifications." That was a noble just now. Luo Xiao's parents were extremely surprised because they really understood their son's pride too well. How could ordinary people get his respect? But today, he actually said such words. Noble? Luo Xiao didn't know how to answer, but after thinking for a while, the talent of a martial artist could be said to be equivalent to the rights of the secular world, and it wasn't wrong to say that he was a noble. He immediately nodded and said, "He is indeed a noble, noble beyond words. Perhaps there has never been such a noble person in this world. The noblest noble person in the world." Luo Xiao's parents were frightened and hurriedly said, "Xiao, we didn't salute him just now. Isn't that a big crime?" Luo Xiao smiled. How could the noblest noble person in the world care about this? His nobility has never been built on the lowly of others. This made Luo Xiao's parents instantly respect Chu Yang, and they couldn't help but say, "Such a noble person, we should salute him even more." Just now, it was simply a big mistake. His parents were full of regret and even blamed Luo Xiao, causing Luo Xiao to instantly suspect that what he said just now was too much, but he felt that it should be right after thinking about it. In his opinion, Chu Yang would eventually become the most powerful existence in this world, the noblest existence. As for Chu Yang's character, it was absolutely not too bad. Otherwise, Chu Yang wouldn't have exposed such a secret that he had a saint by his side, and it was even more impossible for him to help Luo Xiao and save his family. In addition, if Chu Yang didn't care about the life and death of his family, how could Chu Yang, who disliked trouble, be like this? In other words, in Chu Yang's eyes, his parents and family were not lowly. This is definitely a good person. Luo Xiao was extremely sure of this point. Then, Xiao can he be considered as your friend? Facing his parents' hopeful gazes, Luo Xiao couldn't help but recall everything that had happened between him and Chu Yang. No matter what, they couldn't be considered as friends. They could be considered as enemies. It should count, but it also shouldn't count. Luo Xiao didn't want to disappoint his parents, so he could only answer against his will. How could he not want to have such a friend? If he wasn't your friend, how could he have come all the way here? That might be the case. I hope so too. Luo Xiao heard this and could only reply perfunctorily. Of course, he did not explain in detail, because this couldn't be explained, and he definitely couldn't let his parents know about everything that happened outside. Otherwise, it would only make them live in fear all day long. The world of Xiaojia was too cruel. There had never been a day of peace. It was best for ordinary people not to come into contact with that kind of world, let alone know about it. Why wouldn't it count? Luo Xiao's father said. When we just moved, he kept calling me uncle. He was afraid that I would be tired, so he rushed to help me. If he wasn't a friend, how could he be like this? Luo Xiao couldn't help but smile. That's it. Am I right? Luo Xiao's parents were instantly overjoyed. Luo Xiao secretly said in his heart, I should be regarded as a friend by him, and even if he recognizes me as a friend, he will definitely not say it out loud. Wasn't this how men were? Friends didn't need to say anything, because any words would not be more convincing than actions. Besides, on Chu Yang's side, after he rushed back, he suddenly found that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Whether it was the parrot, Cui Xinho's trio, or Lu Yunping's trio, they were all a bit strange. Chapter 1821. Chu Yang was originally full of anger, but it had weakened by the time he returned. Now, he couldn't help but burst out again. He glared at them and said angrily, Why are you looking at me like that? Am I handsome enough to make you doubt your life? So handsome that you feel inferior? So handsome that you don't have the face to live in this world? The parrot glanced at Chu Yang with disdain. That's a normal expression. Chu Yang thought to himself. Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, and Xiong Longxiang all rolled their eyes. This was normal. Only Cui Xinho and the other two winked at him, as if they wanted to remind him of something. What's going on? Qiang was completely puzzled. He had only left for half a day. Could it be that a demon had appeared? It's impossible for such a shocking change to happen in such a short period of time. The situation seems good to me. Chu Yang's anger flared up again. Little bastard, I order you to start farting. The parrot glanced at him again, its expression even more disdainful. It seemed to be taking pleasure in his misfortune, and even seemed to be secretly laughing. Peng Peng, you start farting too. Chu Yang randomly gave Lu Yunpeng a nickname again. Lu Yunpeng staggered when he heard this and almost fell to the ground. Goosebumps rose all over his body. He glared as if to say, You little thing, am I that familiar with you? Jean, you don't have to fart, but you have to spit shit. Xiao Wanjin really did want to spit shit. Chu Yang, this little thing, gave him such a disgusting nickname the moment he opened his mouth. Xiang, since you can fart and spit shit, then tell me your sad story. Xiong Longxiang was originally very sad, because not only did he have a ridiculous nickname, but he also had a mixture of farting and shit spewing. However, when he heard the words sad story, he didn't feel sad at all. If he wanted to be sad, then it would be Chu Yang who was sad. Cui Xinho and the other two completely avoided Chu Yang's firepower. I haven't seen you guys for half a day, and you guys have already created such a mute game. I'm curious. I want to participate too. Do you guys have any objections? Chu Yang rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight. At the same time, he shouted, Now is not the time to complain. This marshal will pardon your crimes. Otherwise, Kaka. He clenched his fists. I'll let you know what pain is. It's just one word. You'll be in pain many times over. Flutter. The parrot fled at lightning speed. Shwa. Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, and Xiong Longxiang were not to be outdone either. Chu Yang, this grandson, was truly ruthless. He could practically ruin the entire world. Little bitches, you guys are really going against the heavens. Chu Yang felt more and more that something was wrong. He had an impulse to immediately escape, but he didn't know the specific reason. But based on Little Bitch's reaction, there must be a high-energy warning ahead. Who knows, it might be a super big trap. While he was hesitating, a gust of fragrant wind drifted over. Traces of intoxicating fragrance entered his nose, causing him to almost be intoxicated. I know a woman by smelling her. This woman must be so beautiful that it's suffocating. This matter must also have something to do with women. But this marshal hasn't provoked that girl recently. While Chiang was thinking, he had already seen this woman. Sure enough, this woman was so beautiful that it was suffocating, making people forget everything. It was as if this kind of woman, even if one died just from looking at her, would not have lived for so long in vain. He was stunned for a moment. The woman's appearance was like a whirlpool, sucking in all his mind and soul, making him completely lose his soul. She was so beautiful that it was indescribable. Chapter 1822. Shangwan Lan. Shangwan Lan's wife had arrived. But why? Xu Yang didn't dare to do this and began to flatter. A wise woman is gold. A temperamental woman is a diamond. A smart woman is a treasure. And a lovely woman is a famous painting. According to my research, Lan, you are the biggest treasure in the world, filled with famous paintings of gold and diamonds. Xu Yang's various flattery appeared. Lan, you are as beautiful as a lyric poem. Even if I am not a poet, I can recite thousands of poems. But every poem I recite feels blasphemy to you, and they are absolutely not worthy of you. For a moment, I am at a loss for words, and even become cautious in front of you. He was indeed cautious now. Shangwan Lan's beautiful face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. In the past, he was so shameless. Shangwan Lan's face should be red, but now it was not red at all. Instead, it was uglier than before. Did I flatter the horse? That's not right. My praise is so restrained, so cautious, and not as bold as before. Immediately, Chu Yang had such a thought in his mind. Could it be that Lon Lon has adapted to my boldness and doesn't feel anything after listening to these restrained words? Lon Lon, your hair is so beautiful, and the delicate fragrance on your body makes me feel absent-minded. After meeting you, looking at other women is like insulting my eyes. Still no change. Shu Yang was sweating a little. Shangguan Lan was very wrong today, but he could only force himself to continue. That day, you were wandering in the sky, free and light. You didn't want to stay in the corner of the sky or the corner of the earth. Your happiness was unhindered, and you didn't care about the humble ground. There's a stream, although it's filled with your brilliance, but when you pass by, it stains his emptiness, causing him to wake up and hold your beautiful figure tightly. Brother Yang, enough. Shangguan Lan finally spoke. She was very calm, but it seemed to be the calm before the storm. Not enough, not enough. Chu Yang hurriedly waved his hand. He was a little scared. Huh. The parrot was off to the side, laughing his head off to the side. Lu Yunpeng and the other two saw Chu Yang's expression and laughed so hard that they almost couldn't breathe. Chu Yang didn't have time to vent his anger on them. He quickly continued. You said that when you weren't feeling well, I was in so much pain that I didn't know how to comfort you. You said that when you were drunk, I was in so much pain that I couldn't control myself. He observed her expression and immediately changed again. He became sad. As we walked, we dispersed and the memories faded. As I watched, I grew tired and the stars dimmed. As I listened, I woke up and began to complain. When I turned around, I realized you were gone. Suddenly, I was confused. What emotional words! This was a love poem that left a deep impression on yours truly in his previous life. Could you at least give me some reaction? Chu Yang was so anxious that he didn't realize why Shangguan Lan was so angry. He once again used the delaying tactic to make himself appear even sadder and sadder. My world is too quiet, so quiet that I can hear my own heartbeat. The blood in the atrium slowly flows back to the ventricle, and so on and so on. Smart people like to guess the heart. Maybe they guessed the heart of others correctly, but lost their own. Stupid people like to give the heart away. Maybe they will be cheated, but they may not be able to get the heart of others. You think I'm invulnerable, but I think you're invulnerable. Pa! Chu Yang's hand was like swatting a fly. He quickly covered his mouth with a pa sound. The next part was wrong. It was over. Shangguan Lan had originally made up her mind to teach Chu Yang a lesson that would be engraved in his bones. But Chu Yang was so playful that she almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Her heart was about to melt. Brother Yang, how could you open your mouth and speak such shameful words? Chapter 1823. She began to retaliate. Brother Yang, do you think that I'm already invulnerable to swords and spears and invulnerable to poison? Shangguan Lan suddenly closed in on Chu Yang, and the two of them stared at each other. The fragrance on her body became stronger and more intoxicating, but Chu Yang did not have time to indulge in it. His heart was beating like a drum. He said, Empress Lan Lan, your husband has committed a great crime, but you should at least let him know his crime and die in peace. Huh! Parrot and the others laughed so hard that they were about to explode. When had Chu Yang ever seen such a side? His timid and cautious appearance could be said to be a rare sight that had not been seen many times in the human world. To Parrot and the others, such a side of Chu Yang was the greatest miracle in the world. Parrot and the others had the same thoughts as Shangguan Lan. She was laughing like crazy in her heart. She thought to herself, so Brother Yang respects me so much. Without respect, there would naturally be no reverence. And who had Chu Yang ever been afraid of? Looking at his actions, he was unrestrained and unrestrained. There was probably no one else in the world who could make him like this except for herself. Perhaps this is Brother Yang's trick. Shangguan Lan felt that she was unique, but she felt a little apologetic. She immediately attributed this to Chu Yang's conspiracy. She did not intend to tease Chu Yang anymore. Just as she was about to speak, she saw that Chu Yang's forehead was about to sweat. She hurriedly said, There should be at least one time in your life that you forget yourself for someone. I don't ask for a result, don't ask for companionship, Don't ask for ownership, and don't even ask for love. I only ask for meeting you in my most beautiful years." Shangguan Lan's heart suddenly softened. She thought to herself, where did all this nonsense come from? Brother Yang. She could not help but laugh out loud. She finally said, "Don't tell me you don't know what you've done today." Chu Yang was stunned for a second. After going through everything related to Shangguan Lan, he immediately understood. He let out a long sigh in his heart. "I finally figured it out. It turned out to be because of this. Is there a need to make such a fuss? Lan Lan, your husband's life is in danger, so I called you for help. It's all my fault." Chu Yang put on a sad and wronged appearance, which instantly made the parrot and the others laugh like crazy. "Can't you secretly transmit your voice to me?" Shangguan Lan immediately glared at Chu Yang. Her flirtatious expression almost charmed Chu Yang to death. "Lan Lan, I really like your expression just now. Do it again." Shangguan Lan directly rolled her eyes. Her face could not help but turn red. She almost could not speak in a reproachful tone. "Brother Yang, if you dare to be indecent with me, don't blame me for being angry." Chu Yang naturally understood the reason. The women in this world did not have much face after all. His repeated torment had probably exceeded the limit of Shangguan Lan's heart. He felt a little guilty and immediately explained, "Lan Lan, that would not achieve the effect. The gigolo would definitely not be angered half to death. Just for this purpose. Of course not," Chu Yang said firmly. "Provoking the gigolo is incidental. I haven't seen you for a long time, Lan Lan. I'm very excited. I must show off our love and make all the single people in the world jealous." It could have been a moving sentence, but when it came out of Chu Yang's mouth, it sounded crazy. Shangguan Lan could not help but roll her eyes again. Before she could speak, Chu Yang immediately added, "Lan Lan, your appearance just now was really a different kind of flirtatious expression. It has never been seen before in this world." Chapter 1824. Shangguan Lan couldn't get angry at Chu Yang at all. She grumbled in her heart, "Sweetheart, are you trying to embarrass me to death? Brother Yang." But when she saw Chu Yang's indecent appearance, she immediately steadied her mind and threatened, "Brother Yang, if you do it one more time." She didn't know what to use to threaten Chu Yang. She immediately flashed her fist, revealing her violent genes. Chu Yang widened his eyes and looked at Shangguan Lan in astonishment, as if he had just found out Shangguan Lan's true colors. This made Shangguan Lan annoyed, and her voice became even more severe. "Brother Yang, did you hear that?" Shangguan Lan realized that she was misunderstood by Chu Yang. Suddenly, her eyes rolled, scaring Chu Yang so much that he jumped up and said quickly, I know, I must know." Chu Yang was most afraid of women's tears. But after the initial horror, he immediately tried, "Lan Lan, that can't be done in public, but it's okay in private. If you were to be husband and wife with Shangguan Lan." Chu Yang felt that he would only be more presumptuous. Suddenly, Shangguan Lan's face turned red to her ears. "Lan Lan, can you do it?" "Idiot Chu, waha." When the parrot heard this, it almost laughed to death. Chu Hang, who had always been as cunning as a ghost, was actually so stupid. "Idiot." Shangguan Lan was also full of hatred. He still had to ask such a question, and how could she answer it? Chu Yang noticed and blushed. He immediately said to Shangguan Lan, "Let's go, Lan Lan. Let's go to other places to see the scenery. I envy this group of single dogs." "Ah!" Shangguan Lan suddenly screamed, because Chu Yang had already picked her up and ran out. In an instant, they completely disappeared. Shangguan Mei was stunned on the spot, as if to say, "This bastard Chu Yang is rotten to such an extent. Damn little sheep." The red bird was cursing as it was rudely swept down from Shangguan Lan's shoulder by Chu Yang. "Miss, according to Chu Hang's character, I reckon he won't be back for a while. Come with me to a place and wait." Xiao Wanjin appeared next to Shangguan Mei gracefully. He was very considerate. He was afraid that Shangguan Mei would feel awkward alone here, so he came to save her. Lu Yunpeng and Xiong Longxiang abruptly stopped laughing. Their eyes widened. That bastard Xiao Wanjin was really fast. Just as they were laughing, that bastard had already made his move. They wanted to ruin the relationship, but in the end, they didn't do it. A gentle and virtuous woman was a good match for a gentleman. This was natural. Shangwan Mei's face immediately turned red. How could she not understand when it was so obvious? What about me? The red bird was extremely discontent. It was actually given the cold shoulder. Parrot, the guest is here. Why don't you accompany the guest? Xiong Longxiang wanted to push the parrot, but who would have thought that the parrot was so excited that it flew up and pecked him on the face? Xiong Longxiang cried out in pain. Damn bird, you don't know how to be kind. Kind your ass. The parrot cursed loudly. Who would fancy the female bird? Looking at her red body, this divine bird wants to vomit. The red bird immediately became angry. Cheap bird, shameless bird, who would fancy you? Seeing a disgusting bird like you, I want to vomit out the dinner I had 3 days ago. My dinner from 7 days ago. My dinner from 8 days ago. My dinner from 9 days ago. The parrot and the red bird quarreled. The onlookers were dumbfounded. The parrot had always been sharp and cheap. So how could it suddenly scold people like this? Afterwards, haha, everyone laughed crazily. What did it mean by enemies meeting on a daily basis? This was it. Chapter 1825. We, the common people, are so happy today. When Shuyang came back, humming a tune and smiling like a flower, he immediately found himself surrounded and interrogated by many eyes. How dare you get so close to me after committing such a big crime? Shuyang clenched his fists and said, You're so nosy and you want to know the progress. Did you kiss me? That's another crime. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Wanjin and Lu Yunpeng were the first to be hit. Chu Hang is back to normal. He's going to take revenge. Everyone run. The parrot let out a loud cry and flapped its wings incessantly. Its speed was extremely fast, but Chu Yang caught up with it in an instant. His big hand grabbed it and fiercely pulled it out, turning it into a naked bird in an instant. Chu Hang is cruel and merciless. He overthrew this tyrant. It's time to shout and destroy Chu Hang together. Chu Hang, you deserve it. This is your retribution. Xiong Longxiang, Lu Yunpeng, and Lu Yunpeng joined forces, and then the parrot joined in as well. The four of them fought fiercely against Chu Yang, shaking the sky and the earth. Explosions occurred one after another, and dazzling light shone everywhere. Even the Sky Academy was alerted. Unfortunately, the people outside couldn't see this battle at all and didn't dare to come in. In the end, Lu Yunpeng and the parrot were all suppressed, and Chu Yang was beaten black and blue. The four of them really couldn't be underestimated when they joined forces, especially Lu Yunpeng and the other two, who were all in the first layer of life and death realm. It was really tricky to deal with them. However, this was just a fight, and there was no life and death battle. It was hard to say how strong they were. This freak is too inhumane. I can't even defeat this bastard in the death realm. I'm really hurt. Sure enough, I'm really irritated. Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, and Xiong Longxiang have been hanging out with the parrot for a long time. At this time, they were also cursing and swearing, feeling somewhat frustrated. The parrot was used to this situation and was calm as a bird. After recovering from its injuries, it began to lecture them. Look at your conduct. You're so weak. It said, look at you. You're so weak. Also, take a look at this bird's strength. While it was showing off, it had already arrived in front of Chu Yang and said with a flattering smile, Chu Hang, teach me a thing or two. The eyes of Xiong Longxiang and the other two lit up. They immediately realized that they were indeed inferior to the bird. The strength of the bird was really worth learning from. Immediately, they surrounded him. After that, Cui Xinho and the other two joined in, and the discussion became very lively. Regardless of whether it was the parrot, Xiao Wanjin's group of three, or Cui Xinho and the others, after hearing about Chu Yang's understanding of martial arts, they were incomparably shocked. They also realized that Chu Yang's understanding of martial arts was completely different from theirs. It could be said that he was like a heavenly steed soaring across the sky, and it was completely untraceable. Time passed silently like this. There were many people outside who tried to investigate the situation inside, but to no avail. In the end, many people were killed, and the periphery immediately quieted down. In the blink of an eye, the Astral Six tournament was 2 days away. Chu Yang and the others paused their cultivation and went to participate in the tournament. Regardless of whether it was the Sky Academy, the Star Academy, the Myriad Academy, or the Sky Sword Academy, one had to be at least in the Inner Academy to be qualified to participate in the Astral Six tournament. Of course, the strength of the Inner Academy students was very weak compared to the elite students and even the holy disciples, so their strength could be said to be uneven. Therefore, the first stage of the Astral Six tournament was to eliminate the weaker students. Chapter 1826. The elimination method was not the same as the martial arts competition because there were too many people in the 6 academies. It was not only a lot of work, but also very difficult to organize. The most important thing was that it took too much time, which was absolutely unacceptable to the 6 academies. Therefore, when the 6 academies held a joint competition, they did not use such an elimination method. Instead, they chose a secret realm and set up various tests to test the students. This time, the venue chosen for the joint competition was not in a dimensional world, but in a well-known mountain range in the East Continent, the Zhongtian Mountain Range. The Zhongtian Mountain Range was almost located in the center of the East Continent. There were endless mountains in it, and there were many dangerous places in the deepest part where there were many powerful demonic beasts. In addition, there were many relics in it, which were said to be left behind from the last era. Of course, it was also a place where the martial artists of the East Continent often went to explore, gain experience, and search for treasures. It could be said that it was a place where good and bad people mixed together. Therefore, the students who participated in the joint competition not only had to face the dangers in the mountain range, but also many martial artists of the East Continent. It could be said that the test was very difficult. After all, the martial arts practice field of the joint competition was set in the deepest part of the Zhongtian mountain range. Even if no one interfered, it was very difficult for ordinary students to enter the center of the mountain range. To be exact, it was very difficult for them to survive. Before going to the Zhongtian mountain range to participate in the competition, Chu Yang had one more thing to deal with, Chun Burang. It had been decided that the two of them would have a fight before the tournament began. At this time, all the students of the academies would go to the Zhongtian mountain range to participate in the joint competition. Therefore, when they gathered, not only the students of the Inner Academy, but also the students of the Elite Academy and holy disciples would appear. Therefore, it was most appropriate to compete in front of these people. Who was stronger, Chu Yang or Chun Burang? Who would let everyone see? Who would be the winner and who would be the loser in the end? Who would be the last to show off? The students of the Sky Academy were naturally aware of this, so they were all waiting to see the battle between Chu Yang and Chun Burang when they arrived at the gathering place. After all, this battle was worth watching. Chun Burang was undoubtedly a peerless genius and a disciple of the Central Province. His realm was not low, and he was already in the Death Soul realm. His strength was unfathomable. Chu Yang was from the Eastern Wilderness. He was extremely arrogant and looked down on everyone. He had caused chaos in the Sky Academy, but no one could do anything to him until now. Most importantly, Chu Yang was Shangguan Lan's fiancé. Perhaps not everyone, but most of the people in the Sky Academy wanted to see what Shangguan Lan's fiancé was like. Chu Yang and the others had yet to arrive, but the students who had gathered were already discussing animatedly. Between Chu Yang and Chun Burang, who do you think will win? Is there even need to ask? Of course, I have high hopes for Chun Burang. That wild dog won't be able to jump around for long. Wild dog, be careful of your mouth. If you're targeted by shameless Chu, he'll kill you directly if you're not in the top class. If you're in the top class, you'll be humiliated to death. Brother, you're right. How many people have been defeated by him? All of them had an absolute advantage at first, but all of them were defeated in the end. Even a figure like Long Xiaojun was forced to swear to compromise in the end. When they suddenly mentioned Long Xiaojun, the voices in this place stopped, because Long Xiaojun was close to them. At this time, Long Xiaojun was no longer surrounded by girls. He was like a crane in a flock of chickens. No one dared to approach him, and it seemed that no one could stand side by side with him. Buzz. Chapter 1827. Young Lord, please forgive us. We didn't mean to offend you. Long Xiaojun didn't say anything, nor did he make a move. He retracted his gaze because the other party was telling the truth. Although it was a great humiliation, he had to admit it. He still had the courage to do so. Chun Bureng might not win. In fact, he was also guessing. Although Chun Bureng's cultivation level was much higher than his, if Chun Bureng dared to use his full strength to suppress Long Xiaojun, the final outcome would be the same as his. Chu Yang could trigger the lightning tribulation at any time, and it was extremely terrifying. Long Xiaojun was even more convinced of this after he learned that Chu Yang had passed 9 consecutive heavenly tribulations. Before he was injured, Chu Yang's heavenly tribulation had caused Long Xiaojun to be even more fearful of Chu Yang. Originally, his compromise wasn't wrong. Otherwise, he would have definitely died if he was caught in the heavenly tribulation. Even now, he didn't know how Chu Yang had survived such a heavenly tribulation. Why am I thinking so much? Since I've already sworn, I won't harm him. No matter how humiliating it is, I won't make a move. Although he said this, Long Xiaojun was still guessing who would win the battle between Chu Yang and Chun Bureng. Gong Sun Long's clone shouldn't be too weak, but it was cut in half by Shameless Chu's sword. There's no need to mention Gong Sun Long. That Luo Xiu's cultivation level is already very shocking. He's neither human, nor ghost, nor god. How many people can withstand those 3 saber moves? That's right. Shameless Chu's strength is definitely unfathomable. Even when facing an opponent like Luo Xiu, it's impossible to force him to use his trump card. I'm just curious, why didn't Luo Xiu use the Nirvana Flame when he's in the Nirvana realm? Long Xiaojun heard the discussions of others and instantly felt that the winner should be Chu Yang and not Chun Bureng. As for why Luo Xiu didn't use the Nirvana Flame, he could only sneer. If he dared to use such a method, he would die an even more horrible death. The Flame of Nirvana was extremely powerful, especially against those below the Nirvana realm, but it also depended on who it was. If that person is Chu Yang, no matter how strong your Nirvana Flame is, can it be stronger than that guy's lightning tribulation? The Nirvana Flame might not be able to burn Chu Yang to death, but that fellow's lightning tribulation will definitely be able to kill you. Accompanied by the air-breaking sound, Chun Bureng, who was wearing a white robe and a white face, arrived in the field in the blink of an eye. Floating in the air, he cupped his hands and said to the crowd, "Everyone, please make a battlefield for me. Before the competition of the 6 academies, I want to settle a personal feud here." With Chun Bureng at the center, the crowd retreated in all directions like a receding tide, opening up a huge battlefield for Zhang Xian. That shameless scum, how is he fit to fight with young Master Chun? This is simply too hateful. What did young Master Chun say wrong? That scum is simply a scumbag. He's despicable, shameless, and despicable. If young Master Chun were to fight with him, I'm afraid he would dirty young Master Chun. When the female students of the Sky Academy saw Chun Bureng, their hearts were filled with love. They madly attacked Chu Yang and scolded him, saying that he was worthless. Even so, they still felt that it was not enough. They were all filled with righteous indignation and even wanted to go over together and beat Chu Yang to death with their flowery but impractical moves. Ha ha ha! Chu Heng, the forest has abandoned you. A strange laughter came from the sky, which immediately silenced the female students. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, but I laugh at them for not seeing it. Alas! With a long sigh, Chu Yang and the others also arrived. In an instant, when Lu Yunpeng and the others retreated, Chu Yang and Chun Bureng confronted each other in the air. The tense atmosphere immediately spread. Whoosh! When a gust of wind came out, it seemed to announce the start of the competition. Chun Bureng and Chu Yang did not say anything and directly attacked. Dong! Chapter 1828. Dong, Dong. As soon as Chu Yang and Chun Burang collided, they separated in an instant. Both of them flew out from the dazzling light. Their feet stepped on the void as if they were stepping on the ground. Loud and rhythmic sounds erupted, and the void trembled incessantly. The two of them retreated almost 500 meters and then stabbed into the void like a divine spear. Their auras were as sharp as a spear, soaring into the sky, extremely frightening. The previous collisions seemed to be evenly matched, and the outcome was not clear. The two of them were really a typical example of not speaking more than half a sentence, and not even half a sentence. I will only use the strength of the first level of the Nirvana realm at most. Chun Burang finally spoke. His words revealed his own pride, but no one could hear the contempt in his words. His contempt for Chu Yang. Maybe Chun Burang is taking precautions, so he won't be embarrassed if he loses to shameless Chu, so he didn't go too far. Many people thought so. Up to you. Chu Yang didn't care much. Even if Chun Burang used the cultivation of the undead spirit realm, he was not afraid. However, according to the principle of keeping a low profile, he couldn't fight head-on and expose his background, so he would generally use other methods to deal with it. Chu Hang, this is not Chu Hang. The parrot seized the opportunity and immediately interrupted. Without Chu Hang's arrogance before the battle, this divine bird is not used to it. Among the crowd, many people unconsciously nodded in agreement. Chun Burang's face turned ugly. He was actually more afraid of Chu Yang's mouth. Chu Yang shrugged his shoulders and said in a very helpless manner, "Everyone, I've already turned over a new leaf. The world is too dangerous, and I have to keep a low profile. In the future, please call me Low Profile Chu." As expected, these were not words that a normal person would say. People could only look down on him. If shameless Chu could keep a low profile, it wouldn't have rained that day, and his mother wouldn't have married. Fortunately, Chun Burang looked around and didn't see Shang Wanlan. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. If Chu Yang, this shameless thing, said to him, "Wife, someone bullied me," he would probably lose without a fight and run away like a rat. Is your pre-battle provocation over just like that? Chun Burang couldn't be bothered to watch Chu Yang's antics. No, no, no. Chu Yang immediately corrected him. Even if it's a provocation in battle. Didn't you just make a move? Very good. As Chun Burang spat out these three words, with a boom, an extremely dense mana surged out from his body. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyebrows were like swords that seemed capable of piercing through the heavens. He had no one in his eyes, and he looked down on everything in the world. At this moment, Chun Burang's aura was extremely fierce. It was as if he was the noblest and most powerful person in the world. Everything in the world had to submit to him. Otherwise, everything would be destroyed. Everyone sensed this aura, and their hearts palpitated. Long Xiaojuan's senses were sharp, and he had a certain understanding of Chun Burang. Therefore, when he sensed this aura, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He roughly understood, but he was even more shocked. It turned out that the rumors were true. Chu Yang also felt a great pressure. The void was already squeezing him, as if because he was Chun Burang's enemy, he would not be tolerated by the heavens and must die. At this moment, he even felt that if Chun Burang were to rage, the entire world would collapse and everything would be destroyed. What a shocking aura, what shocking methods. This Chun Burang is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 1829. The barren village. Chui Xinho, Sima Jian, and the others had placed too much weight on his shoulders. If he couldn't achieve this goal, he would never be free. Therefore, Chu Yang's current goal was to make the East continent acknowledge the Eastern wilderness. Anyone who stood in his way would be crushed, and Chun Burang was just a small obstacle. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void around Chu Yang buzzed. Half-step Dharma power surged out of his body, and the void instantly disappeared under his pressure. Behind him, there was an explosion, and a world appeared. It seemed like the people of the Eastern wilderness were smiling happily. At this moment, He thought of the people of the eastern wilderness in the East Continent and of his own experiences in the East Continent. His eyes were filled with pity, anger, murderous intent, magnanimity, and pride. The light in his eyes was like a lighthouse in the darkness, allowing people in the endless darkness to see the light, find a direction, and find a coordinate in the darkness. Dong! He stomped on the air, and the world shook. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed and return to chaos. Everyone was shocked. Chun Burang was very shocking, and Chu Yang was not to be outdone. Chu Yang, today I'll let you have a taste of humiliation. Chun Burang was full of hatred. He straightened his palm like a pillar, but it was also like a knife. When he waved it, it was like a knife cutting through the sky. As expected, seeing Chun Burang straighten his palm, Long Xiaojun immediately confirmed his guess. Woo woo woo. Chun Burang straightened his palm like a knife. Instantly, thin white lines floated out from his hand. They were as soft as willow catkins, but also like the roots of a tree. They pierced into the red void, as if they were inextricably linked to the world. Swoosh! Chun Burang took a step forward and arrived in front of Chu Yang in an instant. Then, he waved his hand and chopped down. Billows of chaotic energy were emitted. It was as if this hand chop had cut open the heaven and earth, and the origin of chaos was surging out. He brought with him a torrent of energy and endless heavenly might as he chopped down. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. He realized that Chun Burang's connection with the heavens and earth was a little too close. It was as if he was an incarnation of the heavenly Tao, representing the will of the heavens and earth to kill him. He was confident that his connection with heaven and earth was not weaker than anyone else. He had a Yuan Shun entrusted to the heavenly spirit world, not to mention a saint, who below a saint could do it. In the soul fusion realm, after the fusion of the martial soul and the spirit, the 9 heavenly palaces appeared behind him, reaching the pinnacle. However, after Chun Burang unleashed his power once more, he once again felt the rejection of heaven and earth. It was as if the entire world had become Chun Burang's domain. His hands and feet were bound within it, as if he had fallen into a swamp. His battle prowess was greatly reduced. It was Chu Yang's first time encountering such a situation. What is so strange about Chun Burang? Who cares? If he is the heavens, then I will break the heavens. If he is the earth, then I will crush the earth. Chu Yang's will erupted. The pressure of heaven and earth disappeared once more. His heart was like a clear sky. Even if Chun Burang was the son of heaven, he was a citizen. If the son of heaven was not benevolent, then he could start an uprising. He did not use the sword of contradiction. He also chopped with his hand. This chop was like chopping at the head of the emperor. He wanted to kill the tyrant under his feet and establish a new world. This was in line with his current goal. He wanted the people of the eastern wilderness to turn over a new leaf in the eastern continent. He wanted to destroy everything in the eastern continent and establish a new order. This chop displayed the essence of the saber, the damage of the saber. Chu Yang could display the essence of the sword, the damage of the sword. Naturally, he could also display the essence of the saber. In his eyes, the sword was the saber, and the saber was the sword. Chapter 1830. Dang! Their hands and blades made contact, and it was as if divine weapons had collided. The sound of weapons colliding was extremely intense, and sparks flew in all directions, bursting forth with endless sparks. In an instant, the sky was like a meteor shower. It was beautiful and dazzling, but also extremely dangerous. Clang! Clang! Chu Yang and Chun Burang continued to exchange blows, colliding with one another. They were as fast as lightning, and it was too much for the eyes to take in. Every time they made a move, the two of them seemed to have sliced apart space, sliced apart time, and disrupted the heavens and earth. It was as if their battle not only determined the outcome of the two of them, but also who would become the master of this world. Bang! After a quick and violent collision, the two of them were both sent flying by the impact, facing each other in midair. You are indeed very strong. It's true that I can't beat you if I only use my peak 9th level transcendence realm cultivation. As soon as Chun Burang spoke, everyone was shocked. After such a shocking collision, everyone thought that Chu Yang and Chun Burang had already used their full strength. Who would have thought that Chun Burang was still holding back? Chu Yang didn't refute. Chun Burang was speaking the truth. He said, I think I've said it before. I'll give you 2 major realms. You just go all out. Whoosh! The crowd was once again in an uproar. Chu Yang had not even used his full strength yet, but this caused the crowd to be shocked once again. Just how shocking were these 2 people? Just now, when the 2 of them fought, it felt like the world was in chaos, as if it was going to explode. Then I won't hold back. Chun Burang did not have the time to feel humiliated, because he did not have the ability to do so. Chu Yang was too shocking, and he had to be careful when dealing with him. A 9-level heavenly palace appeared above his head. Mana surged from it and entered his body. It was like he had a close connection with the 9-level heavenly palace and could use the power of the 9 heavens at any time. You don't have to be so courteous. Lan Lan is my fiancé, so I have to convince you. Rumble. Chu Yang did not rely on the heavens or the earth. He only relied on himself. His aura burst out. One of his eyes was like the sun, and the other was like the moon. His body was like a heaven and earth. The 3,650 pores on his body were like vortexes and black holes. They seemed to be crazily devouring the energy in the universe. The hair on his body was like tentacles that pierced into the chaos and absorbed the energy of the chaos. We'll talk after you've taken this punch. Chun Burang punched out. With a buzzing sound, a layer of light appeared in the air, enveloping his fist. Within the layer of light, majestic mountains and rivers could be seen, as if it was a real world. As he punched out, it was as if he was pushing an entire world forward. Nothing could stop him. Nothing could stop him. Who could stop the power of an entire world? If this was the real world, there was no need to talk about its power. Without reaching the corresponding realm, no one would be able to resist it. Chu Yang did not even look. He slapped out with his palm. A loud buzzing sound immediately rang out. Chun Burang's 5 fingers were knocked away, but his palm blocked this punch. After that, his 5 fingers slashed down like 5 large blades and grabbed Chun Burang's fist. It was as if a heavenly scar appeared on his 5 fingers. He directly cut the light membrane into 5 pieces. This attack was like 5 blades slashing the heavens. Its power was shocking, and its sharpness was unstoppable. Chu Yang's 5 fingers cut through the layer of light and landed directly on Chun Burang's fist. Chapter 1831. Boom! Chun Burang threw out another punch with his other hand. It was just as powerful as the previous one. It looked like it was going to hit Chu Yang's face, but it was actually aimed at Chu Yang's wrist. Chu Yang had no choice but to let go of his grip. Chun Burang's fist regained its freedom, but it was in tatters. His flesh seemed to have been chopped into minced meat, and blood was gushing out of it. There was no sound in the world. Everyone was mesmerized by the fight, and their eyes were fixed on it. The fight between the 2 was not only earth-shattering, but also extremely thrilling. If one was not careful, he would definitely lose his life. Their attacks were too fierce. Chun Burang did not care about the injury on his hand. He pointed one hand to the sky and the other to the ground. His body was extremely straight, and his actions were extremely domineering. His magic power surged out and disappeared into the void. A huge sky pillar appeared and wrapped him in it. Then, his right hand went straight into the void, and he suddenly made a grabbing motion. Rip! At this moment, it was as if the sky was pulled apart. A huge pillar appeared. It was shrouded in clouds and fog, and its appearance could not be seen clearly. However, it supported the sky above and suppressed the sky below. It was like the foundation of a house, and the backbone of a person was like the backbone of a family. It was as if the existence of such a pillar separated heaven and earth. Heaven and earth existed because of it. Everything was due to it. Sky supporting pillar. Cries of surprise instantly burst forth, filled with disbelief. Sky supporting pillar. It's actually the sky supporting pillar. Does such a thing really exist? Is Chun Burang's martial soul the sky supporting pillar? The sky supporting pillar supports heaven and earth. If Chun Burang's martial soul is the sky supporting pillar, once he uses it, who can stop him? Sky supporting pillar. No wonder. At this time, Chu Yang also completely understood why Chun Burang had such a close connection with the heavens and earth. It was obviously related to this heaven-supporting pillar. The sky-supporting pillar could be said to be the backbone of heaven and earth. It was directly related to the existence of heaven and earth. Its connection with heaven and earth was naturally incomparably close. Chun Burang's previous moves were all related to the sky-supporting pillar. Rise! Chun Burang roared. His fair hands grabbed the heaven-supporting pillar with great effort. Veins popped out on his face as his face turned completely red. When he grabbed the heaven-supporting pillar in his hand, there was a rumbling sound, and everyone felt as if the world was collapsing. The space there immediately became chaotic. Endless turbulence surged. The space was like a mirror that was about to shatter, and it even erupted into balls of misty and chaotic mist. You also want to prove yourself, prove that you're worthy of Lon Lon. That punch just now wasn't enough. If you can't take this attack of mine, then you can only accept your fate. With the heaven-supporting pillar in hand, Chun Burang's body didn't grow bigger, but at this moment, he seemed to be as tall as the sky. He became extremely powerful, as if he could destroy the world with a raise of his hand. The heaven-supporting pillar was swung up by him. The void there was like a sea, completely stirred up, forming an enormous void vortex. Rumble. When the pillar smashed down, the world was like a balloon, and half of it was blown apart. Such power was simply shocking. Everyone's faces turned pale, and the world changed color. If the pillar fell, no matter how amazing Chu Yang was, he would probably be smashed into a meat patty, or even blown up into pieces, leaving nothing behind. However, in the face of Chun Burang's heaven-supporting pillar, he stood there without moving. He had no intention of dodging at all. From the way he looked, it was clear that he wanted to take this attack head-on. Is he crazy? Everyone instantly had the same thought. This attack should be dodged. How could he take it head-on? Chapter 1832. Rumble. The power of Optimus Prime had already spread to Chu Yang's body. The clothes on his upper body seemed to have been torn to shreds by some kind of brute force and were swept away by the wind. His upper body was not very strong, but also not very thin. It was shining with a faint soft light. The lines of his muscles were like the lines of the heavens. Even the heavens could not draw such lines. It was filled with an extreme sense of beauty and perfection. Chu Yang watched the Optimus Prime fall. His eyes were incomparably calm, without any fluctuation. It was as if Mount Tai was collapsing in front of him, but his expression did not change. Flowers, birds, fishes, insects, the sun, the moon, the stars, the black and yellow of the heavens and the earth, the chaos of the universe, and so on appeared in his palm. With a snap, he swung his arm out like a whip and met the heaven-supporting pillar head-on. If Chun Burang could swing the heaven-supporting pillar, why couldn't he catch the heaven-supporting pillar as well? There was no such logic. Bang! The Optimus Prime could not fall any further. No matter how long they waited, nothing changed. Shameless Chu could catch the Optimus Prime with his bare hands. Everyone present was stunned, as if they had already died at this moment. He could catch the Optimus Prime with his bare hands. Long Xiaojuan's eyes were filled with extreme shock when he saw this scene. His hands could not help but tremble. Even the Optimus Prime can't do anything to him? Long Xiaojun was not the only one who was shocked. Gong Sunlong, who was secretly observing everything, was staring at the scene in mid-air with his eyes narrowed. However, nothing had changed. He could clearly see Chun Burang's dazed expression. Boom! Oh my god, Shameless Chu could catch the Optimus Prime with his bare hands. How is this possible? After a short moment of silence, the shock that had not burst out earlier exploded at this moment. It was even more shocking. It was as if the whole world was roaring and the sound waves swept in all directions. Unbelievable, the Optimus Prime can support the heavens and the earth. How heavy is it? How could he catch it? Although the Optimus Prime is not real, Shameless Chew is only at 9th level Soul Fusion realm. How could he catch it? How strong is he? Strong, extremely strong. He's so strong that it's unimaginable. This Shameless Chew is so strong that it's terrifying. If he grows up, who can be his opponent? It's too terrifying. Perhaps when that day comes, even if the sky breaks and the earth sinks, he still won't die. The world seemed to have stopped at this moment. Chuyang did not move. He maintained the posture of catching the sky, supporting pillar with his bare hands. That shocking posture. It was as though Chun Burang had been petrified. He stood there motionlessly, as though he was a sculpture on a pillar. Chuyang wasn't surprised at all. His body had become a god, and it could be said that his body was a godhead. The godhead could form a world, a heaven and earth, and all living things. It could be said that it was no different from a heaven and earth. He had gathered the power of heaven and earth to resist the sky-supporting pillar. So how could he not be able to resist it? Although he had suffered a great impact, his strong physical body had withstood all the impact. Furthermore, the heaven-supporting pillar wasn't real, but Chu Yang's physical body could transform into a real world, evolving heaven and earth, creating all living things. I admit defeat. After a long time, Chun Burang finally spoke these 3 words. Along with his voice, when the sky-supporting pillar vanished, it meant that this battle was over. Chapter 1833. Young Master Chun, you haven't lost yet. How can you admit defeat? You haven't lost yet. Young Master Chun, you haven't lost yet. Use the Nirvana flame to burn him to ashes. That's right. Young Master Chun, use the Nirvana flame quickly. That shameless scum, didn't he say that he would defeat you by 2 realms? Use the Nirvana flame to teach him a lesson. Let's see if he dares to be so arrogant in the future. All of them were women who adored Chun Burang. They couldn't bear to see Chun Burang lose, and they couldn't accept this result. Many people's hearts skipped a beat when they heard this. Yeah, Chun Burang still has the Nirvana flame. Why didn't he use it and admit defeat? Idiot! Long Xiaojun glanced at these people and sneered his heart. Even Chu Yang could catch the Nirvana flame with his bare hands. How could a mere Nirvana flame do anything to him? Of course, Long Xiaojun didn't explain. Chu Yang didn't explain either. Since you have lost, this is it. Disperse. He wasn't very proud. After all, he had this ability. He just wanted to hide it. In the world of the gods, ever since he entered that strange world with the initial volcano, he had thoroughly understood what it meant by there's always someone better than you. Unknowingly, he had changed quite a bit. Chun Burang was stunned. How could Shameless Chew let him go so easily? What else do you want me to do? Humiliate you or beat you to death? Chu Yang wanted to kill Chun Burang, but Shangwan Lan would never allow it. Not only Chun Burang, but many people present were very surprised by Chu Yang's actions. Chu Yang had always been ruthless to his opponents. He wouldn't leave any leeway for his opponents. Chu Hang, this divine bird feels very strange to you. I'm not used to it. The parrot was also very surprised. It continued, Chu Hang, have you taken the wrong medicine recently? Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, and Xiong Longsheng couldn't help but nod their heads. If Chu Yang had treated them like this before, they definitely wouldn't have been Chu Yang's slaves. Therefore, they were very dissatisfied with Chu Yang's sudden soft-heartedness. I've said before, the world is too dangerous. I'm starting to keep a low profile. Chu Yang passionately said, from today onwards, I will be a low-key person. I will chop wood and feed the horses. I have a house that faces the sea, where the flowers bloom in spring. Fuck. The parrot was even more puzzled. Chu Hang's shamelessness hadn't changed, and his overflowing talent hadn't changed either. However, everything else seemed to have changed. Could it be that this divine bird has really fallen behind and can't keep up with Chu Hang's rhythm? It began to doubt itself. People couldn't accept Chu Yang's low profile. Shameless Chu, are you really that low profile? Chu Yang returned to the parrot's side. Many people felt that the show had ended too quickly. They hadn't enjoyed themselves to the fullest. In fact, they felt as if something was missing. But then, they realized that this matter hadn't been blown out of proportion yet. In the past, according to Shameless Chu's style, it had to be a big matter. However, this time, he was being magnanimous and ended things hastily. However, no matter how puzzled people were, there would definitely be no change in the matter. Gradually, people's focus shifted back to the Six Academies Alliance tournament. The atmosphere became lively again, and people continued to talk about it. At the same time, more and more people arrived from behind. When Shangwan Lan arrived with Shangwan, Mei, and Hong Niao, it immediately caused a sensation. Xu Yang was secretly amazed by Shangwan Lan's charm. Ji Yiming's arrival was the same, and it also caused a sensation. Chapter 1834. Xu Yang was depressed, but he couldn't do anything about it. He could only say that he was loved by thousands of beauties. Of course, he was also amazed by the scale of this joint competition. There were already so many people in the Sky Academy alone. It was impossible to tell how many people there were. If all the 6 academies were added together, it would be even more unimaginable. After that, the little Zen master Fa Zhao, Mu Zizhen, and the others all arrived. The scene became even more lively, but they didn't see any holy disciples for a long time, so the crowd began to talk about them. Why aren't the holy disciples of the academy here yet? Maybe they're not with us, or they've already gone to the Zhongtian mountain range. It's hard to say. Holy disciples are holy disciples after all. They're different from us. While the discussion was at its peak, a figure streaked across the night sky from the direction of the Sky Academy like a shooting star and finally landed right above the crowd. This person was wearing a starry robe that was decorated with some unknown objects. They sparkled like stars in the night sky, and starlight shone from his body. When he arrived, people could clearly see that there were strands of starlight shining down from the sky and landing on him, making him stand out from the crowd. He looked extremely different, as if he was a celestial being who had descended to the mortal world. Other than that, this person didn't show any strange colors. His aura was also extremely restrained, as if he didn't have any cultivation. However, his appearance instantly caused a commotion in the crowd. 7-Star Child. It's the 7-Star Child. I've been waiting for so long, and finally, a holy disciple has come. He's no ordinary holy disciple. I've heard that the 7-Star Academy has tried to recruit him several times, but for some reason, the 7-Star Academy has refused to go to the Star Academy. I don't understand either. If the 7-Star Child goes to the Star Academy, he'll definitely be the focus of their training, especially after Bei Qinxing was killed by the Eastern Wilderness 002. Who knows the secret? The 7-Star Child's considerations aren't something we can understand. 7 stars. Chu Yang naturally paid close attention to 7-Star Child, so when 7-Star Child arrived, he couldn't help but observe him and immediately felt an extraordinary aura. That wasn't the aura of death, nor was it the aura of life. Instead, it was more like a kind of spiritual power. The most profound feeling he had was the difference between heaven and man. Chu Yang was still immortal, but 7-Star Child had already transcended the mortal realm and ascended to a whole new life realm. Half-saint. Soon, Chu Yang understood. 7-Star Child's aura was clearly that of a half-saint. He was already one step into the ranks of saints. Is a saint already so amazing? For a moment, Chu Yang's heart sank. How could he compete with the holy disciples if they were so amazing? How much time and effort would it take to change the discrimination against the people of the Eastern Wilderness in the East Continent? Chu Yang realized that he had underestimated the people of the world. Even though he had made great progress after returning from the God's realm, it was still far from enough. Do I have to become a saint to suppress the East Continent? Chu Yang was slightly frustrated, and the heroic spirit in his heart almost disappeared. After all, 7-Star Child was only a holy disciple in the Sky Academy, and Seven-Star Child wasn't the only holy disciple in the Sky Academy. The other 5 academies all had holy disciples, and a rough calculation showed that there were definitely many holy disciples, and he couldn't compete with any of them. Chapter 1835. The more he thought about it, the more serious his face became. Bei Xing-chun had been killed by him, and in addition to Bei Xing-chun, there was also Li Zongxing. The Stardo Academy and the Myriad Elephant Academy would probably come looking for trouble with him during this competition. After all, he was the most likely suspect. Perhaps he was the Eastern Wilderness 002. The 6 Academies Alliance tournament this time might just be a nuisance to me. It'll be even more difficult for me to make a name for myself. I'm afraid the people of the East Continent will have even less hope. Chuyang naturally didn't regret killing Bei Qinxing and Li Zongxing, especially that bastard Bei Qinxing. He wasn't afraid of the Stardo Academy and the Myriad Elephant Academy's revenge either. It was just that it would be difficult to achieve his goal. If worst comes to worst, I'll turn the world upside down. Chuyang had just made up his mind when he suddenly heard the sound of wind exploding from afar. When he looked over, he was surprised to see a purple streak of light rapidly approaching. The person hadn't arrived yet, but the essence energy in the world was already surging. To be more precise, it was surging with excitement, as if it was welcoming the person who was about to arrive. Immediately, everyone was sucked in. The purple streak of light streaked through the air at an even faster speed. When the purple streak of light got closer, everyone was shocked to discover that the so-called purple streak of light was actually a dragon that was completely purple in color. The purple dragon streaked through the air and arrived in the blink of an eye. It didn't need to cause such a huge commotion, but this dragon created such a huge commotion as if it was announcing the arrival of its master. A purple-robed young man stood on top of the purple dragon's enormous head with his hands clasped behind his back. He had a handsome face and seemed a little unruly and carefree. His devilish aura made him seem even more unrestrained. At first glance, one could tell that he was definitely not ordinary. After the purple-robed young man arrived, his gaze swept across the crowd. He glanced at the 7-star child in the end before immediately looking away. It was as if there was nothing worthy of his attention or concern, not even the 7-star child. However, the crowd reacted to his arrival, and the commotion and exclamations that erupted were even more intense than when the 7-star child had arrived. Long Shensi. Even Long Shensi has appeared. Long Shensi has always been elusive. It's really not easy to see him. I didn't expect to see him this time. Although Long Shensi's ranking is not high among the holy disciples, his true strength is extremely terrifying. Isn't that obvious? Just look at that purple dragon and you'll understand. Even that purple dragon has the cultivation base of life and death realm and life realm. Dragon deity is even more unimaginable. Chuyang's pupils involuntarily shrunk as he looked at Long Shensi, who was hovering in midair. When he first entered the Inner Academy, he did not see Long Shensi's name on the sky ranking. However, he never expected that Long Shensi was also a semi-sage. Moreover, his aura was even more shocking than the 7-star child's. Only now do I know what crouching tigers and hidden dragons means. Chuyang could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. It was not that he was inferior to Long Shensi and the 7-star child, but his cultivation base was too low. If he increased his cultivation base, Long Shensi and the 7-star child would probably be at the same level. Unfortunately, his current cultivation base was still too low. As time passed, many holy disciples arrived. However, they were not as mysterious as Long Shensi and the 7-star child. They were all hidden in the fog, and no one knew their identities. Some holy disciples had yet to show up. After an unknown period of time, the crowd was once again in an uproar. The Holy Master is here. The Holy Master actually came in person. I didn't expect that the Holy Master would personally lead the team this year. The crowd was very excited to see the Holy Master and several senior members of the Sky Academy coming in person. However, Chuyang had to be more careful when he saw the Holy Master coming from afar. He could not help but feel uneasy. Chapter 1836. Everyone, please be quiet. The sage master was dressed in a scholarly robe and still looked like a modest gentleman, cultured and refined. He stroked his beard and lightly pressed down with his hand. The noisy crowd couldn't help but immediately quiet down, and their gazes couldn't help but all look towards him. There are some changes to the rules of the Six Academies Alliance competition this time. Let me explain it to everyone. The sage master went straight to the point. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd, which had just calmed down, instantly burst into an uproar. What? They actually want to change the rules before the start of the competition? Could it be that something big has happened? It's a little unusual. I keep feeling that something's wrong. It's indeed a little strange. Everything in the Six Academies Alliance competition is jointly discussed by the Six Academies. It's impossible for it to change just like that. Chu Yang's uneasy feeling became even stronger. The black-bellied him immediately thought of all kinds of schemes. He even suspected that everything was changed because of him. Could it be that the Six Academies have reached an agreement to jointly target me in this Six Academies Alliance competition? This thought became even stronger. If the Six Academies suspected that he was Eastern Wilderness 002, the Six Academies might really target him based on what he had done in the Seven Wheels Demon region. Is it true or not? Shu Yang couldn't help but frown and worry. Whether it is or not, I have to be mentally prepared for the worst. At this stage, everything was his guess. For the time being, he could only wait and see. Everyone, listen to me first. The sage master spoke again, making everyone quiet down again. Then, he continued, the change in the rules this time takes into consideration that the difference in strength between the holy disciples and the inner courtyard disciples is too great. It's not appropriate to put the two at the same level for the assessment. Hearing this, the people became even quieter. They could accept this very much. If they were to compete with holy disciples like the Seven Stars Child and the Long Shensi, it would be a great misfortune for them. Therefore, this time, the Six Academies will be divided into two parts. The holy disciples will be part of the assessment, and the other part will be for the majority of the students. There will be some changes in the rules. After a pause, the sage sovereign continued, most of you don't need to know about the holy disciples test, so I won't explain it further. Next, I will talk about the changes in the rules of the inner courtyard and the elite students test. Everyone immediately listened attentively. Chu Yang was also very concerned about the so-called rule change. It's actually very simple. The sage master did not beat around the bush. The inner courtyard and the elite courtyard students will receive a points token in this assessment. The basic points are 1,000. You can accumulate points during the process of heading to the martial arts practice field set up by the Six Academies United Grand Competition. It's more or less the same as the previous assessments. Boom! As soon as the sage master finished speaking, the crowd went into an uproar again. In that case, although there is no threat from the saints, won't we have to compete and kill each other? It's better not to make any changes. The holy disciples usually don't take us seriously. With such a change, won't the difficulty of the assessment increase? The Zhongtian mountain range itself is full of danger. In addition to the demonic beasts and other martial artists who don't belong to the Six Academies, the students of the Six Academies will also become opponents. Chapter 1837. Amidst the chaos, some agitated students immediately shouted, if I withdraw, I will most likely die. What good is this competition to me? I'm also withdrawing. I'm just here to join the fun. I don't want to lose my life for nothing. That's right. There's no benefit, only danger. I'm also withdrawing from such a competition. In an instant, many students withdrew from the competition. Most of them were from the inner courtyard. Their strength was low, and such a competition rule was tantamount to making them the prey of the six great academies. They would be humiliated for no reason, and they might even be killed if they were not careful. Who would be willing to do that without any hope? Chu Yang was also relieved. If he was not strong enough, he would definitely withdraw. Such a rule encouraged students to compete with each other. in the competition, those who were weak were simply too pitiful. Seems like I'm overthinking. Just as this thought appeared, the sage master chuckled and said, "Everyone, don't be anxious. This is only a partial change. There are other changes that I haven't mentioned yet. First, in the competition, although you can snatch the points of your opponents, you can't kill them. Those who kill their opponents will have to pay with their lives. The joint inspection team of the 6 great academies will definitely not tolerate it." Such a rule instantly silenced everyone's protests. Also, the sage master continued, "Inner courtyard students, or elite students, in this competition, the top 3 will each receive a clone divine fruit." Clone divine fruit. This time, the crowd was in an uproar. It was many times more intense than the previous few times. This was because they were all shocked by the sage master's words. After hearing it, they could not believe it. The clone divine fruit was actually rewarded. Many people did not know the exact origin of the clone divine fruit, nor did they know where to find it or how to obtain it. However, they knew exactly what the clone divine fruit was used for. As the name implied, the clone divine fruit was a clone. After eating it, it would produce a clone of oneself. Its effects were heaven-defying and unimaginable. For the majority of the students, they had only heard of such a divine item. It was impossible for them to obtain it. Even geniuses would find it difficult to obtain such a divine fruit, let alone them. The most irresistible thing about the doppelganger divine fruit was that even after creating a doppelganger, one's divine soul would not be severed. Therefore, one's divine soul would not be weakened, and it would not affect one's cultivation in the future. It was just an extra doppelganger. As a result, how could they not be shocked? Many of their eyes began to shine after hearing about the divine fruit of cloning. They were clearly daydreaming. Sacred, teacher, are you telling the truth? When someone asked the sacred sovereign, the entire place immediately became quiet. Everyone was waiting for the sacred sovereign's answer. The sage master stroked his beard and smiled. "Of course. Do you think I would use this to deceive everyone?" The crowd was in an uproar again. Many people were so excited that they started shouting, "Wealth comes from danger. No matter what, I have to participate in the 6 academies' grand competition. The divine fruit of cloning. The academy has already taken out such a divine item. What reason do you have not to participate? The assessment and the competition are indeed dangerous. However, if you do not go through hardships, how can you obtain the recognition of the academy? How can you obtain the divine fruit of cloning? This is prepared for those who are ambitious." Chapter 1838. Of course, this is only for the inner courtyard and elite students. The holy disciple's reward is a saint embryo born from heaven and earth, a saint embryo. When Chuyang heard this, he couldn't hear anything else. His mind was blown. A saint embryo? It was hard to imagine that the holy disciple's reward for the holy disciple's grand competition was a saint embryo. A saint embryo was similar to the doppelganger divine fruit, but a saint embryo was not something the doppelganger divine fruit could compare to. The so-called saint child was actually very simple. The heavens were the father, the earth was the mother, and it was a powerful and special life that was born from them. They were either born from strange stones, jade, wood, divine water, fire, or metal essence. For example, the 9 orifices stone man, 7 orifices jade man, green dragonwood man, Tai water man, and so on. Once they were born, not only were they very powerful, but they also had unlimited potential. A saint embryo would be a saint once it was born. It was equivalent to bestowing a saint, and this saint was one's doppelganger. Such a reward was too shocking. It was simply inconceivable. It wasn't just Chuyang who was like this. After the saint's sovereign spoke, everyone was suddenly stunned, causing the entire place to become deathly silent. There wasn't a single sound. Even Long Shensi and 7 Star Child were stunned when they heard this. Roar. The purple dragon seemed to have sensed Long Shensi's thoughts and suddenly let out a long roar. The dragon's roar immediately reverberated through the surroundings. 7 Star Child Starlight suddenly became dazzling and even dimmed as if night had fallen. In the void behind him, there were specks of stars twinkling. The two of them had revealed their inner hearts in an invisible manner. They were determined to obtain the saint-level sacred fetus. The rest of the holy disciples also found it hard to calm down. How could they not want a saint-level holy embryo? Those who didn't want it were probably fools. Seeing this scene, Chu Yang could already foresee that the competition between the holy disciples of the 6 great academies would be extremely fierce. He was also tempted by a saint embryo. If he obtained a saint embryo, he would have a powerful saint doppelganger. It would be just a matter of time before he suppressed the East Continent. Unfortunately, it's only limited to holy disciples. Chu Yang's greed flared up again. When he realized this, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Not to mention a saint-level holy fetus. Even the divine doppelganger fruit would have to be fought to the death. In fact, Chu Yang could create 2 clones at this moment. In the myriad god world, among his 100 grotto heavens, the first 2 grotto heavens had already evolved into godheads. However, he felt that the godheads were not complete enough. At the very least, they did not integrate the aura of the heavenly spirit world into them. Therefore, this flaw was too big. After all, he would be staying in the heavenly spirit realm in the future. His avatar in the god's realm would be so obvious that he would be criticized by others. He might even be suspected of being a spy from the god's realm. I have to find a way to get the doppelganger divine fruit. Although the doppelganger created by the doppelganger divine fruit couldn't be compared to his own doppelganger, it could still increase his strength. Most importantly, the doppelganger divine fruit didn't cost much to create a doppelganger. At this time, the sage master spoke again. All of you quiet down. I haven't finished yet. The inner courtyard and elite courtyard students have a chance to obtain the reward of a holy disciple. As long as you have the courage to compete with a holy disciple and win in the end, you will also receive the same reward. The crowd was in an uproar again, but it quickly calmed down. Competing with a holy disciple? Wasn't that a joke? If they could compete with a holy disciple, then they would be a holy disciple. Saying so was equivalent to not saying anything. However, the 6 great courtyards did place the opportunity there. If they didn't have the ability, what else could they say? 7-star child saw the crowd's reaction and couldn't help but snort coldly, instantly silencing everyone. Although Long Shensi and the other holy disciples didn't say anything, their meaning was clear: don't be delusional. Chapter 1839. Well, that's about it. In the end, the sage master wrapped things up and said, at the teleportation point, each of you will receive your own identity medallion. Then you may head to the Middle Sky mountain range. The sage master didn't say anything else. He left with the higher-ups of the Sky Academy and soon disappeared. I didn't expect that the reward for the 6 academies alliance competition this time would be the divine fruit of cloning and the saint fetus. It's beyond my imagination. That's right. Who would have thought that the reward this time would be so amazing? However, I'm afraid we won't have a chance to get the divine fruit of cloning, let alone the saint fetus. These belong to the geniuses. We can only watch from the sidelines. Many people said so, but everyone could see the desire in their eyes. Who didn't want the divine fruit of cloning and the saint fetus of cloning? They might be able to get it. Chu Yang knew that the competition between the 6 academies would be intense when he saw that many people had already become excited. He also felt the same way. Therefore, he didn't say much. He brought the parrot and the others to meet up with Shangwan Lan. He got his waist token and went straight to the Zhongtian mountain range through the teleportation array. His greed became more and more uncontrollable during this process. Even if he knew it was like a moth flying into a flame, he would still rush over. Let's see who will be the hero this time. Chu Yang disappeared from the teleportation array with this mentality. There was no need to rush to the Zhongtian mountain range. Many people deliberately fell behind, such as Gongsun Long. The divine fruit of cloning isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is the saint fetus. Gongsun Long was also very eager to get the saint fetus. He thought for a while and said to himself, it seems that I can only rely on Qianzi this time. He contacted Qianzi and got a positive answer. He was even happier, and the smile on his face became brighter. He felt that his rise would be in this 6 Academies alliance competition. However, someone suddenly came back to report. When he heard Chu Yang's name, the smile on his face disappeared. His face became extremely cold in an instant, as if summer had turned into winter in the blink of an eye. What are the reactions of the Star Combat Academy and the Myriad Elephant Academy? Gong Sunlong's voice was as cold as ice. Young Master Gong Sun, the Star Combat Academy and the Myriad Elephant Academy's reaction has been very calm. Generally speaking, they've already received the news. This person was already drenched in cold sweat. He spoke very carefully and even couldn't help but tremble slightly. They still don't believe that bastard is Eastern Wilderness 002, right? When Gong Sun Long spoke, his expression was filled with mockery. To him, this could not be any more obvious. Eastern Wilderness 002 was good at making lightning bolts. How could a wild dog like Chu Yang not be good at making lightning bolts? This wild dog not only used the Thunder Tribulation to threaten the Saint Master and the Sky Academy, but also forced Long Xiaojun to submit. In fact, there was one more thing that was even more shocking, and that was the Heavenly Transformation, which had triggered a Heavenly Transformation level lightning punishment. This was also the reason why Gong Sun Long had always been afraid of Chu Yang and did not dare to face Chu Yang head-on. Anyone who could survive a lightning punishment of this level would definitely be extremely terrifying. Of course, that was all Gong Sun Long had. He did not have enough evidence to prove that Chu Yang was Eastern Wilderness 002. However, according to his intuition, Chu Yang was definitely Eastern Wilderness 002. This intuition had never been wrong. In many cases, it had played a crucial role. To be exact, his intuition had saved his life several times. Chapter 1840. Unfortunately, things didn't go smoothly. According to this humble one's feeling, those from the Thousand Elephant Courtyard indeed don't attach too much importance to this matter. They also seem to have prepared for it. I reckon that they will make trouble for that wild dog, but they won't put in too much effort. The person carefully voiced his opinion. Their focus should be on the divine fruit of Doppelganger and the holy embryo. Even if Chu Yang is Eastern Wilderness 002, he'll definitely be put behind them. If it was Gong Sun Long would definitely do the same. However, the difference was that he believed that if this wild dog was East Baron 002, if he did not get rid of it, the divine fruit of Doppelganger and the divine embryo would all fall into the wild dog's hands. In Gong Sunlong's opinion, Eastern Wilderness 002, which was also Chu Yang, was the biggest threat. Bunch of idiots. Gong Sunlong cursed before asking, "What about the Star Battle Academy?" The Star Battle Academy. According to my observations and secret investigations, they seem to have grasped a huge weakness of East Wasteland 002. They have a feeling that victory is within their grasp, so they're fearless. However, this little one is unable to confirm if this is the case. The Star Battle Academy had a hold on Chu Yang. Gong Sun Long couldn't help but feel puzzled. Chu Yang was a wild dog. What kind of hold could they have on a wild dog like him? This was especially true for the Star Battle Academy. A wild dog like Chu Yang was almost impossible for them to come into contact with. Could be an outside move. In the end, Gong Sun Long still couldn't figure it out. He said, "The Star Battle Academy and the Myriad Courtyard already know about this. They'll definitely have a conflict with a wild dog like Chu Yang. However, it seems like they'll continue to suffer." The person who came to report didn't dare to interrupt him. He only listened quietly, continued to pay attention to the Star Battle Academy and the Myriad Courtyard's movements. Yes, young Master Gong Sun Long. After Gong Sun Long arranged everything, he went to the Culmination Mountain Range through the teleportation array. Although Qianzi had helped him in secret, the key was still him. At the same time, the students from the Star Academy, Myriad Academy, Divine Firmament Academy, Sky Sword Academy, and Sky Demon Academy all made their way to the Culmination Mountain Range. Star Combat Academy. The huge square was filled with people. It was unknown how many there were, but the hubbub of voices seemed to have spread to the nine heavens. In the center of the square, there was a tall and straight white-clothed youth. He was the focus of everyone's attention. Many young girls were looking at this white-clothed youth with infatuated expressions. The white-clothed young man had an elegant face and a warm and sunny smile on his face. He was cultured and refined, calm and collected. Every movement of his was very steady, so steady that it made people feel assured to leave everything to him, because he would definitely not mess it up. His movements were also very slow. Even his smile was very slow. His smile was like the process of a flower blooming, appearing bit by bit. He was not anxious at all. He was not anxious about anything. It was as if there was absolutely nothing in this world that could make him anxious. The white-clothed young man was the new star child of the Star Academy, Nangong Xing. Star Child, didn't we reveal too much information to the person from the Sky Academy just now? A student beside him asked with a flattering smile. He did not need an answer, but he wanted to get closer to Nangong Xing. Therefore, he tried his best to talk about as much as possible. Obviously, this question was the most appropriate one. It doesn't matter, Nangong Xing said with a smile. After all, they are from the Heaven and Earth Party of the Sky Academy. There is no harm in letting them know more. Perhaps they will cooperate better with us. That so-called Gong Sun Long is more anxious than us. Star Child, you are indeed far-sighted. The person immediately flattered and tried to find a topic to talk about. However, that Eastern Wilderness 002 is indeed impressive. Not only is he a supreme realm practitioner, but he is also a divine arts practitioner. His methods are astonishing, and he might even be the descendant of a supreme figure. Chapter 1841. Feng Hui, you don't have to worry about this. I already have a plan. Nangong Xing said, just do whatever I tell you to do. As long as you don't go against my orders, nothing will happen. Nangong Xing then added, I'll say this first. If any of you dare to mess around and disobey my orders, don't blame me for being rude. His words revealed a certain confidence that came from strategists who could determine victory from 1,000 miles away. This was definitely not a bluff. If he had the qualifications to say such words, then he naturally had the corresponding strength. Bei Qinxing was the previous star child of the Stardo Academy. Back then, Nangong Xing was even more outstanding than Bei Qinxing. Many people had suggested that he compete with Bei Qinxing for the position of star child, but he had shook his head and said that there was no need. There was no need to compete for the position of star child, and it would naturally land in his hands. Because of this, Bei Qinxing had even said that he was arrogant and had come to provoke Nangong Xing, but he had been easily defeated by Nangong Xing. However, this matter had not spread far and wide, so very few people knew about it. Most importantly, Nangong Xing's words had come true. There was no need for him to compete with Bei Qinxing because Bei Qinxing had been quickly killed by Eastern Wilderness 002 in the Seven Wheels Demon Realm, and Nangong Xing had successfully become the new star child. No one dared to compete with him. From then on, everyone in the Stardo Academy was even more convinced of Nangong Xing, and they were even more fearful of him. There was actually another matter, but this matter was related to the wild dog, and it had also been planned by Nangong Xing. However, even fewer people knew about this matter, so Nangong Xing would definitely use this matter to make an issue out of it. The person called Feng Hui smiled. Star Child, there's no need for you to specially instruct me on such matters. If anyone dares to disobey your orders, I, Feng Hui, will be the first to not let them off. The people around him could easily sense Feng Hui's smile. Their smiles froze for a moment, but they quickly recovered. Because of that, the bystanders were able to understand. Although Nangong Xing appeared to be very gentle and amiable, his temperament and methods were extremely ruthless. Whenever he attacked, he would kill. His methods caused others to tremble in fear. If it wasn't for the fact that Bei Qinxing was killed by Eastern Wilderness 002, they would have thought that Nangong Xing had used someone else to kill Bei Qinxing. How's the information about Chu Yang from the Sky Academy coming along? Star Child, the person from the Sky Academy has already explained it in detail. Immediately, the warm and sunny smile on Nangong Xing's face disappeared. His face turned extremely cold, causing the people around him to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. After a while, Nangong Xing slowly said, "What did I say just now? If I tell you to do something, you have to do it, right? Star Child, forgive me." With a plop, Feng Hui and the others all knelt down. They were extremely terrified and had already started to tremble. "Humph!" Nangong Xing snorted coldly. "Only this time. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being merciless." After that, he said, "What the people from the Sky Academy collected is what the Sky Academy collected. You didn't do it yourself or verify it. How can you be sure that what the person from the Sky Academy said is all true? There are many things that you have to see with your own eyes. Do you understand?" "Yes, Star Child. We'll go and collect it right away. It's too late. Let's talk about it when we arrive at the Zhongtian mountain range." Nangong Xing refused. Then he entered the transmission formation and headed for the Zhongtian mountain range. At the same time, in the Nature Academy, the person in charge of Chu Yang's matter was also the new son of all creations. Compared with Nangong Xing, this son of all creations was much uglier. To be exact, he was much uglier than ordinary people. His name also had the word Cho in it. He was called Li Cho. Chapter 1842. Originally, no one knew about Li Cho, nor had they ever heard of him. However, he had suddenly become the new all-creation child, so there were many people who wanted to challenge him. He accepted the challenges one by one and defeated everyone who thought he could become the new all-creation child. He even defeated a holy disciple, which instantly caused an uproar in the myriad court. Only after that did people slowly dig out Li Chao's origins. Feng Jing heard that he was a demon-level genius that the Myriad Academy had intentionally concealed. Because Li Shengsan was killed in the Seven Wheels demonic region, he had no choice but to stand out in the open. From then on, no one dared to question Li Cho, even if his appearance was ugly. Of course, that wasn't all. During one of his secluded cultivation, Li Cho had an epiphany and a shocking vision appeared. The figure of a supreme figure appeared, and it was said that he was the figure of the all-creation ruler. Li Cho had already obtained the Lord of all creation's recognition. Obviously, to be able to obtain the Lord of all creation's recognition, Li Chao's creation ability had to be extremely shocking. Even Li Shengsan couldn't compare to him, because even Li Shengsan hadn't obtained the Lord of all creation's recognition. Li Cho was also thinking about Chu Yang. Just as Gong Sunlong had thought, Li Cho didn't place Chu Yang's matter above the most pressing and urgent matters. There should be a clear distinction between priority and urgency. Even if Chu Yang was Eastern Wilderness 002, what he needed to do now wasn't to kill Chu Yang and restore the Myriad Court's reputation. Moreover, this wasn't easy to do. Therefore, to Li Cho, the most important thing now was the divine clone fruit. Yes, that was right. He only wanted the divine clone fruit. He didn't even think about the so-called sacred fetus, because it was almost impossible to compete with the holy disciples of the 6 great academies for the sacred fetus. Li Cho would never place all his efforts on an illusory hope. To him, that was simply too stupid to be cured. If Chu Yang knew that Li Cho could be so calm in front of the sacred embryo, not moved in the slightest, he would definitely be filled with admiration. That was because he couldn't do it. He couldn't be as rational and clear-headed as Li Cho. At this moment, Li Cho was still very clear-headed. If that Chu Yang is Eastern Wilderness 002, then my main opponent this time will definitely be him. If that's the case, why did Brother Li casually dismiss the people from the Heaven and Earth Society from the Sky Court? The people around Li Cho were very close to him. As if they were his friends, Li Chao's arrogance was definitely not high. Only by disappointing them will they work harder. Li Cho could not help recalling the various things about Chu Yang that the person from the Heaven-Earth faction in the Sky Court had mentioned. He muttered to himself, "A lightning tribulation that caused the heavens to change." How can he easily clear such a lightning tribulation? He is truly unfathomable. Before seeing Chu Yang and not knowing what Chu Yang looked like, Li Chou had already raised Chu Yang's danger level to the highest. Brother Li is right. If the Sky Court Chu Yang is really Eastern Wilderness 002, then he's indeed not easy to deal with. If we're not careful, we might end up in the same situation. Li Chou nodded. That's right. If that Chu Yang uses the same trick and uses the lightning tribulation to intimidate everyone, then there's nothing we can do. Naturally, it was not just the Star Combat Academy and the Myriad Academy. They were preparing for the competition for the Divine Clone Fruit and the Sacred Embryo. The Divine Firmament Academy, the Sky Demon Academy, and the Sky Sword Academy were also doing the same. There were definitely many people from the three academies who were concerned about Chu Yang. For example, the Divine Firmament Academy's Su Yiling, the Sky Sword Academy's Feng Polong, and the Sky Demon Academy's Jing Wuming. Because of Chu Yang, although the Six Academies Alliance Tournament had not officially begun, they could already smell the scent of a storm. Let me see how the Six Academies Alliance Tournament will end up. Who will be the worm and who will be the dragon in the Six Academies Alliance Tournament? Who will be the one who will rise and fall? Let's make the storm even fiercer. The three of them carried different emotions as they headed towards the Middle Sky Mountain Range. At the Middle Sky Mountain Range, the Six Academies were about to converge. It was destined to be a turbulent storm as heroes vied for supremacy. Chapter 1843. The stars moved and the heaven and earth changed. There was a sense of chaos. Chu Yang and the others were already incomparably familiar with this feeling. During the teleportation process, time and space would often be temporarily chaotic. Or rather, to the people being teleported, they would feel that time was chaotic. But this process would not take too long. In just an instant, the transmission was completely completed. Chu Yang and Shang Wanlan immediately appeared on a platform. In front of them was an endless mountain range, shrouded in fog. Many mountain ranges pierced into the clouds like a heavenly sword. Some mountain ranges were very flat, but the area they occupied was extremely large. It seemed that they were not low originally, and were definitely not flat. It was just that they had flattened a vast ocean, which was why they were like this. Most of the mountain ranges were huge and majestic, making people feel small and insignificant. Is this the Middle Sky Mountain Range? It's really magnificent. Chu Yang couldn't help but exclaim. When he was in the Eastern Wilderness at the Coiling Dragon Martial Courtyard, he felt that the Coiling Dragon Mountain Range was big enough and amazing enough. But after seeing the mountain range here, everything was overturned. Compared to the mountain range in front of him, the mountain range in his memory could only be regarded as a small hill at most. There is always a mountain beyond a mountain. I just arrived at this moment. Did I completely understand this sentence? Chu Yang sighed and smiled bitterly. Bumpkin, Bumpkin Turtle, Bumpkin Bastard, Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, and Xiong Longxiang all spoke out in disdain. They were not afraid that Chu Yang would go berserk. Even if they were beaten, they would not hesitate. If they were given another chance, they would definitely do the same. There were definitely not many opportunities to despise Chu Hang. Now that there was one, how could they miss it? The parrot's eyes widened as it looked at the magnificent mountain range in front of it. It was speechless. However, when it heard that Xiao Wanjin and the other two were disdainful of it, and were even willing to die for it, it immediately said, Cheater Chu, it's not that this divine bird despises you, but you're too inexperienced. You should increase your experience. Don't play shameless tricks all day long. Only when you see your own insignificance and inadequacies will you slack off. Surprisingly, Chu Yang did not fly into a rage. Instead, he spoke of his so-called philosophy of life. However, in less than half a second, everything changed. It seems that this marshal has decided to keep a low profile. This decision is indeed becoming more and more sensible. This marshal indeed has foresight. Waha, Brother Goat, there is no sea here. Shang Wanlan could only roll her eyes. Lan, you're not interesting at all. Chu Yang immediately criticized, It's good that the sea is in my heart, but it's not as good as you being in my heart. That is a kind of yearning. Otherwise, if I face the sea all day long and the flowers bloom in spring, I will be bored. The constant sweet talk made Shangguan Lan blush, and Lu Yunpeng and the others had to continue to learn more about it. The light was dazzling. Just as Chu Yang and the others were talking and laughing, the light of the formation kept flashing. In just a moment, many people appeared around them. Men and women, handsome or ugly, beautiful or gorgeous, densely packed together, and uncountable. Furthermore, more and more people were being teleported over. The students of the 6 great academies were all gathered here. Then, they set off from here and went to the martial arts practice field that the 6 great academies had set up in advance. Chapter 1844. Let's go. By then, some people were already heading towards the culmination mountain range. With all the students from his 6 great campuses gathered there, it was easy for the big fish to eat the small fish. It could be said that many people had encountered danger as soon as they arrived, and might even have to return home. As more people arrived, more and more students gathered. Fortunately, the place was spacious enough to accommodate many of the students from the 6 great campuses. At the same time, the auras of the students from the 6 great campuses became more and more tyrannical, each more astonishing than the last. It could be said that good and bad people were mixed together. The scene was a bit noisy and chaotic. There were already people fighting, and there were even screams of agony. The fight had begun. Chu Yang took out his waist tag and looked at the number on it. 1,000. It's only 1,000 points. How long will it take? How many people will I bully? It's too expensive to start now. If I'm not careful, I'll become a target for everyone. He thought for a moment and immediately gave up on the idea of fighting here. If he wanted to fight, he had to fight with the ability. That way, he would have more points. He defined himself as the big fish, the super big one. Chu Hang, what's our strategy now? The parrot asked. I feel that many consciousnesses have already locked onto us. If the parrot could feel it, then so could he. Chu Yang couldn't help but snort coldly. Everyone from the 6 great campuses was paying attention to him. It seems that the 6 great campuses all suspect that I'm Eastern Wilderness 002. Then he frowned. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. I'm afraid I'm in a lot of trouble. You guys do as you see fit. Chu Yang thought for a moment and said, you can follow me or act on your own. In the Eastern Wilderness, the 3 of us have decided to act on our own in the 6 great campuses alliance tournament. Cui Xinho, Hao Haodong, and O Lejing didn't want to be under Chu Yang's protection. Chu Yang didn't immediately agree. He said, are you prepared? The 3 of them were from the Eastern Wilderness. In the 6 great campuses alliance tournament, they would easily be targeted. Chu Yang naturally didn't feel at ease. Hee. Hao Haodong immediately laughed. Eastern Wilderness. I've been with you for so long. If I haven't learned anything, then I can just slit my own throat. If anyone thinks that we're easy to bully, we'll teach them a lesson. Eastern Wilderness. Don't worry. We're all on the verge of breakthrough. If that fool comes looking for us, they'll get a taste of the lightning tribulation. Cui Xinho was the last to speak. Chu Yang confirmed that this was indeed the case and immediately nodded. You have to be careful. Once you are separated, I may not be able to take care of you. The Eastern Wilderness, we understand. The 3 of them flew away at once and disappeared into the mountain range in an instant. I'll act alone. Following Chu Hang, there was never a chance for me to show off. Chu Hang's shadow area is too big. Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, and Xiong Longxiang also left together. In the end, only Chu Yang, Shangguan Lan, the parrot, Shangguan Mei, and Hong Niao were left. Shangguan Lan didn't plan to leave. During this period of time, she had spent too little time with Chu Yang, so she didn't plan to leave this time. Chapter 1845. Shangguan Lan just rolled her eyes at Chu Yang, but she was looking forward to joining hands with Chu Yang. At this time, Chu Yang also began to look around. He immediately saw many nervous people and people who were extremely vigilant. He also saw many taut faces. Many people already couldn't wait to stare at those who were relatively weaker. They rubbed their fists and were eager to give it a try. There were all kinds of greedy gazes everywhere. It was as if everyone had become a demon released from hell after arriving here. They no longer had any scruples. The surrounding atmosphere was very oppressive, and there were even some who were ready to fight. However, even if a conflict broke out here, it would definitely not be the most intense. At most, it could only be regarded as a small fight. The most intense time had not come yet. Huff! Chuyang exhaled a long breath of air. Then, he took in a deep breath. The air that entered his nose seemed to have the smell of blood at this moment. It even turned red. Scenes of killing could not help but appear in his mind. After that, his black eyes suddenly became fierce, and the aura on his body became incomparably austere. He said to himself in his heart, "Come on, let me see how amazing this joint competition is. How will the 6 great academies target me?" The killing intent in his heart was fierce. Such a change shocked Shangwan Lan, Shangwan Mei, and Hong Niao. At this moment, Chu Yang was completely different from his usual cheerful appearance. It was as if a divine weapon had been unsheathed, and his whole body was full of sharp aura. Shangwan Lan's beautiful eyes looked at Chu Yang's side profile. After a little surprise, she calmed down. In her opinion, this might be the real Chu Yang. The depression and pressure that had accumulated in his heart were finally torn off at this time. Maybe I don't understand the pressure on Brother Yang. Shangwan Lan knew very well that Chu Yang not only carried the hope of the entire Eastern Wilderness, but also carried all kinds of criticism and hostility because of her. However, when had she ever seen Chu Yang complain? When had she ever seen him feel discouraged? There was only to talk about fear. To her, Chu Yang only gave her a smile, only joy, and only hope. He would never let her feel the slightest bit of sorrow or pessimism. When Shangwan Lan thought of this, when she looked at Chu Yang again, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but be filled with infinite tenderness. Even if she thought of Chu Yang's indecent appearance in the past, shameless, unrestrained, and messing around, she definitely wouldn't think anything of it. After all, as a person, there was bound to be pressure. If he didn't vent, how could it be possible? The only difference was that Chu Yang's way of venting his stress was different from others. Even if he felt bitter in his heart, he would definitely release it with a smile. Lan Lan, let's go take a look at the scenery first. Yes. Shangwan Lan nodded, and Chu Yang was about to take a step forward. But at this moment, with a whoosh, something flew towards him. He raised his hand and scooped it up and caught it. It was an arm. In an instant, Chu Yang's pupils shrank. This arm belonged to a man, and he looked a little familiar. Who could be? As soon as the question appeared in his mind, a voice immediately drilled into his ears. Wild dog, take a look. Do you recognize it? Someone asked me to bring you a message. When you see this arm, who do you think of? This arm belonged to someone he knew, and he was more familiar with it. Buzz. Suddenly, Chu Yang's mind exploded. Big Brother. Chapter 1846. Has Big Brother returned to the East Continent from the Eastern Wilderness? They already know about my relationship with Big Brother. In an instant, too many questions popped up in Chu Yang's mind. One of the questions he had to answer was whether or not the other party had confirmed that he was Eastern Wilderness 002. If the other party had confirmed that he was Eastern Wilderness 002, then there was no need to test him anymore. This was a threat, using Big Brother Chu Fei to blackmail him into doing certain things, such as seizing the divine fruit of Doppelganger or obtaining the sacred embryo. If the other party had not confirmed that he was Eastern Wilderness 002, then this was a test. The moment he gave himself away, the other party would immediately see through him. Chu Yang could not confirm which was the case. The only thing he could confirm was that he had already lost, completely lost. He could not afford to gamble. Big Brother's life was more important than anything else. As for the problem, and how he had been exposed, there was only one place. The barren village. If Big Brother entered the East Continent, he would definitely enter the barren village. Many people in the barren village knew his identity, so the barren village was the only point of contact. I wonder what's the situation in the barren village now. Chu Yang was extremely worried, but he calmed himself down. He let out a long breath of turbid air and sensed the source of the voice, but he could not find the other party. Ghosts and monsters, shameful things. He was secretly angry, but there was nothing he could do. The other party was really careful, not giving him a chance at all. Even if he wanted to and had the strength, he could not use it. It was very frustrating. How is it? Is it enough? The voice came out again, making Chu Yang, who was waiting, happy. However, he still couldn't find the shadow of the other party. Moreover, this time, the other party had said it publicly, which made many people surprised. It's enough. This is indeed my big brother's arm. Chu Yang had to admit that his intuition couldn't be wrong. His divine sense had clearly sensed that kind of bloodline in his arm. It came from the same source as his own bloodline. Therefore, he was extremely sure that this was his elder brother's arm. Whoosh! In an instant, everyone couldn't help but look at Chu Yang. Shangguan Lan's delicate body trembled, and she instantly understood everything. Her heart thumped. Brother Yang's eldest brother was caught, and his arm was cut off. Gong Sunlong. She immediately thought of Gong Sunlong. The first time, when Chu Yang's elder brother, Chu Fei's arm was chopped off by Gong Sunlong, it was she who saved Chu Fei's life. This time, it was the same situation again. She naturally thought of Gong Sunlong at the first moment, but after thinking about it, she was not sure. Gong Sunlong doesn't know the relationship between Big Brother Yang and Big Brother. However, it was also possible. If Gong Sunlong investigated Chu Yang, it was not impossible for him to find out. Therefore, Shangguan Lan couldn't be sure. The only thing she was sure of was that Chu Yang was about to explode. His elder brother had an arm chopped off before, and this time, another arm was chopped off. One could imagine how he felt. So, you admit that you're Eastern Wilderness 002? Chu Yang was delighted when he heard this. It seemed that the other party was not sure that he was Eastern Wilderness 002 at all. However, this kind of joy disappeared in a flash. Maybe the other party was deliberately teasing him, or maybe the other party deliberately made him think so that he would react according to the other party's set and do what the other party wanted. Fortunately, he had always called himself Eastern Wilderness 002, and now he admitted it again. Whether it was true or not, it was still up to people to guess. I am Eastern Wilderness 002. Chapter 1847. Boom! When everyone from the 6 great academies heard this, there was an uproar. Countless gazes were focused on Chu Yang. Everyone knew what Eastern Wilderness 002 had done in the 7 Wheels Demon region. He ranked on the Divine Steel, suppressed the East Continent, killed Bei Xing and Li Shengsan, humiliated the heads of the 6 great academies with the help of the Thunder Tribulation, and even claimed to be the descendant of the supreme figure in the 7 Wheels Demon region. Everyone in the East Continent knew who Eastern Wilderness 002 was, and who didn't want to know who Eastern Wilderness 002 was. Now, the answers seemed to be revealed at this moment. Everyone from the Sky Academy knew Chu Yang and heard him claim to be Eastern Wilderness 002, so they soon calmed down after the surprise. However, many people from the other 5 great academies didn't know this. How could they be shocked when they heard it? He's Eastern Wilderness 02? Eastern Wilderness 002 is a student of the Sky Academy. Eastern Wilderness 002 is only at the 9th level of the Soul Fusion Realm. Is it possible? Many questions and doubts burst out in an instant. Pairs of eyes were looking up and down at Chu Yang, and there was no lack of top geniuses from the 6 great academies among them. Su Yiling from the Heaven Academy had a deep impression of Eastern Wilderness 002. At this moment, after hearing the news, her beautiful eyes fell on Chu Yang, as if she couldn't wait to pierce countless holes in Chu Yang with her eyes. Feng Pelong of the Heavenly Sword Academy was similar to Su Yiling. At that time, he had even sent a message to the Li family of the 7 Will City on behalf of East Wasteland 002. He had even agreed that if there was a chance, he would definitely compete with East Wasteland 002. However, the identity of Eastern Wilderness 002 was mysterious, and there was no trace at all. Fong Polong never expected that at the beginning of the 6th Great Academies Alliance competition, someone would admit that he was Eastern Wilderness 002. However, Fong Polong's momentary shock and surprise soon disappeared. He had been paying attention to the news of Eastern Wilderness 002. There was an Eastern Wilderness person from the Sky Academy, who seemed to be called Chu Yang. He once claimed that he was Eastern Wilderness 002 and said something like, "I am me," and different fireworks. Therefore, the person in front of him was very likely to be the so-called Chu Yang. Why was he so happy? However, although everything was like this, when he saw Chu Yang, everything was shaken again. He felt the same aura from Chu Yang, the same aura as East Wasteland 002. At the same time, Su Yiling also had the same feeling, but this feeling was born directly from them. Eastern Wilderness 002's realm wasn't high. When he was in the Seven Wheels Demon realm, he was only at the 8th level of the Spirit realm. According to the time, he should be at the 9th level of the Soul Fusion realm now. This is very reasonable, but I can't tell what's so great about him. If we can tell, then Eastern Wilderness 002 isn't Eastern Wilderness 002. I heard that he was trapped in the Seven Wheels Demon realm, right? That could be believed. Eastern Wilderness 002 clearly wants to deceive everyone. Whether Chu Yang was Eastern Wilderness 002 or not, the discussion among the 5 great academies became even more intense. In just a moment, Chu Yang seemed to have become the center of the scene. It was as if he was surrounded by people. It was unknown how many people there were. If they were to cause a commotion, the consequences would be unpredictable. At the very least, the parrot's liver was already trembling. It secretly said in its heart, "Oh my God, Chu Heng has always done some heartless things. I'm afraid that he will suffer retribution. I'm afraid that this divine bird will also suffer." However, it didn't complain, nor did it curse Chu Yang. This was because if that person wasn't Chu Yang's elder brother, but it was very sure that Chu Yang would definitely do the same. As long as it was related to its safety, Chu Yang would definitely not hesitate. Chapter 1848. Chu Yang wasn't angry, happy, worried, or fearful. He was calm and indulgent. Any pessimistic or negative emotions wouldn't be of any use at this time. They wouldn't be able to save his elder brother. Instead, they would only make his elder brother die faster. His elder brother's life depended on his performance. His wisdom did not allow him to have any trace of willfulness. How can you prove that you're Eastern Wilderness 002? The voice came out again. It seemed that no one could be sure that Chu Yang was Eastern Wilderness 002, but Chu Yang would never be confused by the voice and think so. I am who I am. How can I prove it? Chu Yang smiled and said, "As I said before, you forced me to show you that I am who I am." What does he mean? The people from the 5 academies were confused. Then they found that the people from the Sky Academy did not seem to have much reaction to this at all. They were not surprised at all. Most of them were watching the fun and waiting to see a joke. Chu Yang is unstoppable in the Sky Academy. He claimed that he was Eastern Wilderness 002 long ago. I also heard that he deliberately attracted attention to divert the pressure from Eastern Wilderness 002. I've heard about it too. I'm just me. I'm a different kind of firework. I have a deep impression of that sentence. Hearing the discussion of the bystanders, the people from the 5 great academies finally understood the reason. Then they were shocked. Chu Yang's cultivation was not high, but he could do whatever he wanted in the Sky Academy, and no one could control him. So, you don't want your elder brother's life? In the face of this voice, Chu Yang said calmly, "I have done as you said, haven't I? Humph, I asked you to prove that you're Eastern Wilderness 002. You must prove it. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. I will chop your elder brother and feed him to the dogs." Chu Yang's heart burned with anger, but he could only suppress it. He had no choice but to compromise. He had to prove that he was Eastern Wilderness 002. He was really aggrieved to the extreme, but he didn't dare to show any trace of willfulness. After thinking for a while, he said, I'm good at threatening or killing others with the help of the thunder tribulation. Everyone in the Sky Academy knows this. Second, Chu Yang continued, I'm also proficient in the art of the stars, and I'm also proficient in the secret technique of the Star Academy, the 7 kneels of the Star-Lord. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger. Immediately, there was a rumbling sound in the void. Suddenly, it darkened and stars appeared. Then, a child appeared and kowtowed to a mountain in front of him. Rumble. That mountain immediately exploded, completely collapsing. Smoke and dust rushed into the sky, giant rocks tumbling down like waves, turning the sky and earth upside down. It was a horrifying scene. When everything calmed down, the mountain in front of them seemed to have been erased. A large gap had appeared in the continuous mountain range. The first move of the 7 kneels of the Star-Lord, landslide. There were 7 moves in the 7 kneels of the Star-Lord. The first kneel was landslide, the second kneel was sea withering, the third kneel was earth destroying, the fourth kneel was sky collapsing, the fifth kneel was moon falling, the fifth kneel was sun falling, and the 7th kneel was star falling. These 7 kneels would show the Star-Lord at different stages. In the first kneel, the one who knelt was a child, the one who knelt was a young Star-Lord, the one who knelt was a young Star-Lord, the one who knelt was a young Star-Lord, and the last one was the Star-Lord who had become the ruler of the starry sky. In an instant, Chu Yang performed all the 7 kneels of the Star-Lord. In this short period of time, the Zhongtian mountain range, where the students of the 6 academies gathered, seemed to be doomsday. Loud noises and explosions rang out continuously. Endless starlight and endless majesty burst out. The 7 kneels of the Celestial Lord had only been executed once, but this place was immediately in a complete mess. The mountains, lakes, plants, beasts, and so on were all destroyed. Everything was destroyed, and the terrain was completely changed. It could be said to be extremely shocking. Chapter 1849. This should be fine, right? This was naturally Chu Yang's voice. After he spoke, everyone seemed to have come back to their senses. However, when many people looked at him again, they were shocked and could not help but feel respect for him. Shangguan Lan could naturally hear how much helplessness there was in this sentence. Based on Chu Yang's character, she did not even need to think to know how turbulent Chu Yang's anger and killing intent were. She also knew how difficult it was to control them. For a moment, the killing intent in her heart also spread endlessly. The parrot's pupils also shrank. It did not have time to fool around. It was afraid of death, but when it should not be afraid of death, it could also do it. Why is there no response? Chu Yang asked again. However, this was the only way. He was the meat on the chopping board. Celestial Lord 7 kneels. Other than the Stardow Academy, Eastern Wilderness 002 is not the only one who can use it. Am I right? Chu Yang's eyebrows were almost raised. However, after thinking for a moment, his heart skipped a beat. The other party indeed had a lot of knowledge. That's right, he was not the only one who knew the Celestial Lord's 7 kneels. He had also taught it to someone else. To be precise, it was a child. That was his disciple, Wang Bushong. Could it be that even he is controlled by the other party? If that's the case, I'm afraid that the barren village, Chu Yang did not dare to think further. Perhaps he did not need to think further because the result was already out. However, even at this moment, his heart was bleeding. He had no choice but to compromise. He could not be willful at all. He said, 7 kneels of Star-Lord 7 kneels is the best proof that I will die. Eastern Wilderness 002. If you still think that this is not enough, just tell me what you want me to do. He was telling the truth. The Celestial Lord 7 kneels was indeed the best evidence to prove that he was Eastern Wilderness 002. If this was not enough, then there was no more reliable way. The voice did not respond for a long time. After an unknown period of time, it said, Eastern Wilderness 002 is really good. He has already wiped out all the evidence. Hearing this, he didn't have a better idea, and he couldn't confirm whether Chu Yang was Eastern Wilderness 002. Naturally, everyone understood what he meant. Chu Yang asked again, "What are your conditions?" "Simple, hee." The voice laughed strangely. "Give me the divine doppelganger fruit and the holy embryo in exchange for your big brother's life. Otherwise, we'll chop him up and feed him to the dogs." As soon as he finished speaking, the voice completely disappeared, and there was no way to capture it. Doppelganger, divine fruit, and sacred embryo? Is the other party from one of the 6 great academies? Chu Yang's heart was filled with hatred. This was only a guess, and there was no way to confirm it. It was even possible that the other party had intentionally led him on. Boom! The crowd was in an uproar. The other party's appetite was so big. Not only did he want to obtain the divine doppelganger fruit, but he also wanted to obtain the saint-level saint embryo. Not to mention whether Chu Yang was willing or not. Even if he was willing, could he do it? It might be possible to obtain the divine doppelganger fruit, but with Chu Yang's current cultivation, how could he compete with those holy disciples for the saint-level saint embryo? A fool's dream was tantamount to a fantasy. Of course, more people understood that the other party was deliberately teasing Chu Yang and wanted to force Chu Yang to his death. They could foresee that this so-called Chu Yang would be miserable. He would probably end up in a state where he could neither live nor die. In addition, many people such as Gong Sun Long, Chun Burang, Long Xiaojun, Su Yiling, Feng Polong, and Li Chou wanted to know more. Who was the other party? It was very likely that the sneaky person was hiding among them. If they were not careful, they would be plotted against by the other party and even die in the other party's hands. Chapter 1850. Phew! Chu Yang once again let out a long sigh of relief. No matter what other people thought, this result wasn't the worst. After all, he still had a chance to catch his breath. And as long as he had a chance to catch his breath, he would have a chance to save himself. He was not afraid that the other party would have a request, but he was afraid that the other party would not have any request. Kuan, did you catch that little person just now? Chu Yang asked the ice Kuan in his grotto heaven. Master, I didn't dare to act rashly. That little person just now was a saint. The ice Kuan explained, I don't know the other party's exact strength, so I didn't act rashly to avoid being discovered by the other party. A saint? Chu Yang gasped in his heart, and his entire body turned cold. The other party had actually sent a saint. A saint could crush him to death with a raise of his hand. Why would they do this? In an instant, he could not figure out at all. After all, the gap between him and a saint was too big. Therefore, it was too inconceivable that a saint would specifically deal with him. Could it be that the 6 great schools have joined forces and planned to wipe out all the forces in the eastern wilderness in the East Continent? When such a thought burst out, Chu Yang instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. This explanation seemed to be reasonable. The other party's main target was the Eastern Wilderness 002. Under the circumstances where they were not sure who the Eastern Wilderness 002 was, they temporarily restrained themselves. That was why the other party had sent a saint. If that's the case, then it's really dangerous. Chu Yang only felt that a huge net was silently falling towards him. By the time he realized it, everything was probably too late. Kuan, please contact my uncle and tell him my worries. We must control the space-time passage. Also, ask him to help me contact Saint Peng. Chu Yang began to respond. He was prepared for the worst. If it really did not work out, he would hide in the god's realm and plan the follow-up later. Therefore, he had even made arrangements and preparations for his escape. It was impossible to return to the Eastern Wilderness. He definitely could not return to the Eastern Wilderness in a sorry state and let his friends and family see him in such a sorry state. Another reason was that the Eastern Wilderness was too small. If he retreated, it would be very difficult for him to advance any further. Kuan, there's one more thing. Go to the barren village and help me take a look at the situation there. At the moment, everything was just a guess. In order to confirm whether his guess was correct, he had to do all kinds of confirmations and collect all kinds of information. Master, don't worry. They're just a bunch of small fries. They won't be able to do much. The Ice Kuan left silently. At that moment, Chu Yang realized that the only thing he could rely on was the Ice Kuan. It was only at this moment that the benefits of hiding his strength began to show. Because of the existence of the Ice Kuan, everything about him would definitely be outside of the enemy's calculations. However, in the end, it was because he was too weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. This time, he didn't know how many times he had thirsted for strength. I can't just sit here and wait for death. Chu Yang was ready to take action. Later, he would leave his avatar in the heavenly soul world to act as a front. His original body and other avatars would go and turn the world upside down. In this way, not only would his safety be guaranteed, but it would also play an unexpected role. It would cause a great deal of chaos and stir up the pool of water. Chu Yang had all kinds of plans, but he did not immediately carry them out. Instead, he was making deductions and deliberations to confirm their feasibility. Just as he was deep in thought, he was interrupted by someone. The so-called Eastern Wilderness 002. I would like to see just how capable you are. Chapter 1851. Each of the two teams had about 10 people, and they seemed to have been formed for the 6 Academies Alliance competition. According to their uniforms, one team was from the Sky Sword Academy, and the other team was from the Divine Firmament Academy. The two leaders were tall and had no other distinctive features. One of them was at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm, while the other was at the 6th level. Among the rest, 5 or 6 were at the Nirvana realm, while the rest were at the Transcendence realm. What do you mean? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Chu Yang frowned. He didn't understand the real intention of these two teams. If these two pairs of people had only come to humiliate him, Chu Yang would definitely make them regret being human. Otherwise, with so many people from the 6 great academies, who wouldn't come to trample on him? At that time, he would be extremely annoyed. However, if these two teams were here to test his strength, it didn't make sense. Chen Burang had already been defeated by him in the Sky Academy. These small fries, although there were more of them, were useless. Oh, the famous Eastern Wilderness 002 is actually scared. He's so scared that he can't even speak. Huh. It seems that I, Hu Wenguang, am very impressive. I actually scared Eastern Wilderness 002 to the point that his liver is trembling. The two leaders were even more mocking and arrogant. The one from the Divine Firmament Academy called himself Hu Wenguang. The actions of Hu Wenguang and the people from the Sky Sword Academy immediately attracted countless people's attention. Many people also looked at them with interest. They were happy to see this. Many people also wanted to see how strong this so-called Chu Yang, who might be Eastern Wilderness 002, was. They wanted to see how strong Chu Yang was. The 7 Kneels of the Star Lords were amazing. But after all, they were inanimate objects. This time was different. Idiot! Chen Burang immediately sneered. His realm was limited to the Nirvana realm, and he was still no match for Chu Yang. These two were nothing. Humph, idiot! Long Xiaojun also laughed coldly. It was useful to have more people. Even if the 6 great academies attacked together now, it would be useless. If they angered that guy, once the lightning tribulation was triggered, they would all die in droves. Just wait and see. If the Heavenly Sword Academy and the Divine Firmament Academy don't admit defeat, I'll show you how dog shit should be eaten. How dare they play around like that? Wait till Shameless Chu gets mad. I'll wait and see how they'll cry. Ridiculous. What kind of person is Shameless Chu? Even if he isn't Eastern Wilderness 002, he's definitely not someone these small fries can provoke. The people of the Sky Academy were also full of disdain for him. It would have been fine if he was more powerful, but he was so blind to pick a fight. This was tantamount to saying that the Sky Court was not capable enough to deal with Chu Yang, which was a slap to the face of the Sky Court. Therefore, how could they remind these people? When these people found out about Shameless Chu's brutality, they realized that they could be miserable many times over even if they only made one mistake. No. Brother Hu, in my opinion, Eastern Wilderness 002 is angry completely angry. The person from the Heavenly Sword Academy suddenly made an exaggerated expression. Brother Hu, I'm so scared. How dare you do this? The eyes of the people of the Sky Academy almost popped out. What the hell? Who did you offend? How could you do such a brave thing today? Chu Yang's mentality at this moment was different from before. He didn't want to make a move, but he had no choice. The other party had already stepped on his head and pissed on him. If he didn't respond, he would be bullied by everyone. He wouldn't be safe even if he hid in a mouse hole. Chapter 1852. Chu Yang's gloomy expression suddenly changed into a smile, which made the hearts of the people from the Sky Academy thump. It's over. The two teams from the Heavenly Sword Academy and the Divine Firmament Academy have lost their chariots. Shameless Chu is angry. In their opinion, Shameless Chu was not at the point where he would be bullied by dogs. How dare someone act like this in front of Shameless Chu? It was simply showing off in front of an expert. Hu Wenguang. Chu Yang smiled even more wickedly. He glanced at Hu Wenguang and then looked at the leader of the Heavenly Sword Academy. What about you? Wild dog, what kind of tone are you talking to me in? The leader of the Heavenly Sword Academy immediately put on a gloomy face. No one dares to be so arrogant in front of Wang Feiming. Wang Feiming, right? Chu Yang ignored all the words and stretched out 5 fingers. I have roughly 5 packages now, the first package and the 5th package. Which one do you choose? Please order. Shameless Chu. This was the complete Shameless Chu. The people from the Sky Academy were very familiar with this kind of Chu Yang. Seeing Chu Yang let Wang Feiming order, they were already suppressing their laughter because it would definitely be interesting later. You are really arrogant. Even if you're Eastern Wilderness 002. So what? Hu Wenguang was also angry and said coldly, Today, if I don't beat you, wild dog, until you bark and kneel down and beg for mercy, I'll be considered a man in vain. You bastard. I'll also ask you to order? Chu Yang sneered in his heart. A man in vain? You've already said such words. If I don't satisfy you, I'll be very disloyal. Hu Wenguang, back off. Wang Feiming, get out of here. 2 voices sounded out almost at the same time. They were Su Yiling from the Divine Firmament Academy and Feng Polong from the Sky Sword Academy. The 2 of them were in the same position as Bei Qinxing and Li Shengsan. They had a lot of authority. Everyone was surprised. They never would have thought that these 2 people would come out to stop Hu Wenguang and Wang Feiming. Chu Yang was also a little surprised. He naturally remembered Su Yiling and Feng Polong. These 2 were definitely not bad people, or rather, they were both upright people. Saintus, forgive me for not being able to comply. Sword Son, I didn't want to do this either, but I had to do what someone told me to do. Hu Wenguang and Wang Feiming both spoke, letting many people know that they were only following orders. This also caused Chu Yang to be puzzled. Who exactly is it? Wang Feiming, it seems that you want to die by my sword. Feng Polong's voice was very cold, and his eyes were even colder. Every word was like a sword, as if it could kill. However, Wang Feiming was not afraid. He smiled and said, Sword Son, just do what you want. There will be someone who will exchange blows with you. Let's see if you dare. Is that so? Duh. Feng Polong's authority was provoked again and again. He directly stepped forward. At this moment, the sound of sword resounded through the sky. People seemed to see a divine sword flying through the sky. Suddenly, a person appeared in the sky and hovered above Feng Polong. He was dressed in a purple robe, with a white face and white hands. There was not a trace of blood, as if he was an ice-cold corpse. At this moment, his white hands were holding the hilt of his sword, as if he could pull it out at any time. The sword also did not have any vitality. It was lifeless, and death chi lingered on it like fog. This death chi was not the death chi of the dead spirit realm, but the death chi of a living creature or the death chi of a death god. This person had the cultivation of a half-saint. Zhang Jian, you want to stop me? Feng Polong said his name, and his pupil shrank. I owe someone a favor, and I have to repay it no matter what. Zhang Jian's pupils seemed to be fixed or dead. He just looked at Feng Polong without moving. I'm a holy disciple, and you have not reached the level of a holy disciple. You are not my opponent, understand? Chapter 1853. Feng Polong's pupils were like swords, and his gaze was like a sword. The sharp aura on his body soared into the sky, and the sounds of his sword clanging continuously rang in everyone's ears. However, everything soon calmed down. Feng Polong admitted that he was no match for Zhang Jian, and he had no intention of making a move. However, he opened his mouth and said, I hope that you understand what you're doing. The consequences of everything you've done today are very likely to be disastrous. When Zhang Jian heard this, he could not help but look at Chu Yang. His pupils, which seemed to have died, were instantly frightened to the point that they seemed to have come back to life, and they suddenly shrank. I owe someone a favor, and I need to return it. You might be paying it back with your life. Feng Polong said word by word, Is it worth it? Even if I have to pay it back with my life, I still have to pay it back. Zhang Jian did not look at Chu Yang, but Chu Yang could clearly feel a wave of joy coming from his contradictory sword. Is he another sword genius like Xiao Qiuyu? Chu Yang was shocked. To be honest, Zhang Jian and Xiao Qiuyu had a lot in common. They were cold, sharp, and did things with absolute precision. However, their hearts were so pure that it made one's hair stand on end. Of course, this was just a feeling that Chu Yang had. Suddenly, Zhang Jian opened his mouth again and said, You're underestimating him too much. Feng Polong was immediately stunned, and then he could not help but nod. You're right. I still don't know enough about his sword. I'm indeed inferior to you. He's using his sword to judge people. He's the same as Xiao Qiuyu. Chu Yang suddenly hated this kind of people. If they judge people based on their base, then so be it. But if they judge people based on their swordsmanship, then he was really unhappy. Obviously, Feng Polong was also a sword genius like Xiao Qiuyu, but his sword Dao was far inferior to Xiao Qiuyu's. Feng Polong retreated and stopped talking. Many people vaguely realized that the him that Feng Polong and Zhang Jian were talking about was Chu Yang, such as the people from the Sky Academy. However, there were also many people who didn't know who they were talking about, such as Wang Feiming and Huan Guang. Wild dog, don't hope anymore. No one can save you today. Huan Guang sneered again. Not bad. Wang Feiming sneered. Wild dog, with your arrogance just now. It's useless even if you kneel and beg for mercy. Su Yiling didn't say anything else. She also didn't continue to stop Huan Guang's group from the Divine Firmament Academy. Chu Yang thought a lot, but he couldn't figure out any of them. It seemed that none of them were useful. Finally, he was too lazy to think about it. Let's do it first. At the same time, he also noticed that many people were looking at him with eager eyes. Many people also wanted to provoke him and trample on him, who might be the Eastern Wilderness 002, the famous shameless Chu in the Sky Academy. Perhaps this was human nature. To be able to trample a famous person under one's feet was definitely a great feeling. Little bitch, do you want to participate? Chu Yang was even angrier. He began to ignore Huan Guang and Wang Feiming and said to the parrot, A divine bird's life should be spent like this. When he looks back on the past, he won't regret for wasting his time, nor will he be ashamed for doing nothing, nor will he feel guilty for living a vulgar life. In this way, when he dies, the divine bird can say, I have dedicated my entire life and all my energy to the most magnificent cause in the world, to fight for a shameless cause. Chapter 1854. The 5 great academies hadn't adapted to such shamelessness. The parrot was suddenly stunned, but the students of the Sky Academy all burst into laughter after hearing this. The so-called most people sounded domineering, but in fact, they were very wretched, those in the Dharma characteristic realm. This damn bird had surrounded all the Dharma characteristic realm cultivators in Huan Guang's and Wang Feiming's teams, but it didn't provoke any Nirvana realm cultivators. One must have a little comprehension ability, otherwise it would be difficult to understand, such as most of the people in the 5 great academies. You've grown, little bitch. Chuyang was definitely not derogatory, but gratified. The parrot had also grown up, and it would definitely be able to resist in the future. That's for sure. The parrot then began to curse, following behind a pervert and being stimulated all day long. Do you think it's easy for me? Ha! The people of the Sky Academy burst into laughter when they saw the parrot's rare, worried face. Puffed. Shangwan Mei couldn't help laughing. This man and the bird were really good at tormenting each other. Lan Lan, stand aside and watch. Your husband is mighty and domineering. Hearing Chu Yang's words, Shangwan Lan said softly, Brother Goat, be careful. After that, Chu Yang stretched out his hand and began to divide the two pairs of people. Those in the Dharma characteristic realm, all go to that side. Little bitch has surrounded you. Chu Hang, can you be a little more artistic? The parrot immediately protested. They all say that the most people are in the group. Immediately, it became furious and roared at Hu Wenguang and Wang Feiming's teams. Are you stupid? Can't you understand the bird's words? Ha! Many students of the Sky Academy almost went crazy with laughter. This damn bird really cared about its reputation. This made many people in the 5 great academies even more surprised. They didn't understand what was so funny, but they still felt strange. Go and deal with that damn bird, Wang Feiming said coldly. Yes. After all the Transcendence Realm cultivators had gone to cause trouble for the parrot, Wang Feiming said to Hu Wenguang, Brother Hu, it's just a wild dog. What do you think of me taking care of it alone? Brother Wang, do as you please. What's the point of fighting over a wild dog? Hu Wenguang and a few Nirvana stage S crossed their arms and watched the show. Chu Yang just smiled, and his smile was extremely mocking. Laugh. Wild dog, I want to see if you can still laugh in a moment. Boom! A torrential amount of chi rolled out like a tidal wave, creating a sound of crashing waves. At the same time, a bloody ray of light shot out and covered the entire sky. Shua! Wang Feiming held a scarlet blood sword in his hand. He became one with the sword and shot towards Chu Yang like a flying sword. That sword had an eerie sharpness. The scarlet sword energy emitted an extremely ear-piercing, whistling sound. It was as if it had pierced a hole in the void, and the whistling sound of the wind pouring in was produced. His eyes were as cold as a viper's, and so was his sword. Swoosh! The sword stabbed out, and the sword shadow was like a rainbow. The torrential sword chi surged out and instantly turned into sword shadows all over the sky, covering Chu Yang's vital parts. The sword shadows were reflected in Chu Yang's pupils, and the sneer on his face became even more obvious. Suddenly, his face turned cold, and he made a move. Chi! He just flicked his finger, and a white ray of sword light pierced out. It seemed that this ray of sword light was incomparable to the sword shadows all over the sky. However, as soon as this ray of sword light appeared, the sword shadows seemed to be dispelled by the light and disappeared in an instant. In an instant, only Wang Feiming's scarlet sword was left, and it stabbed towards Chu Yang alone. Chapter 1855. On the other side, Chu Yang's sword light had already stopped halfway. It was obvious that he had stopped attacking, so that Wang Feiming could pull out his sword with all his strength. All of a sudden, Wang Feiming was like a child facing an adult. No matter how much power he exerted, it was useless. It was very ridiculous. The people of the Sky Academy laughed loudly, but they obviously restrained themselves a lot because Shameless Chu would definitely cause trouble later, so they had to hold back a little. Otherwise, they would laugh so hard that they would pass out. Chuyang also suddenly laughed. I'm still laughing, and I'm laughing even louder. I don't like it. Come and bite me. When the people of the Sky Academy heard such a familiar sentence again, they laughed even louder. Feng Polong and Zhang Jian were not surprised at all. It seemed to be normal. It would be abnormal if they didn't. Humph! Is it fun to tease an idiot? It's really funny. Chen Burang was very disdainful of Chu Yang. Come on, he's being arrogant again. Long Xiaojun also shook his head. He was a half-saint, but he was still forced to compromise by Chu Yang. These small fries were nothing. It was not enough to describe them as vegetables. You. Wang Feiming's face turned red and hot. He didn't expect that he would be so embarrassed. The other party only used 2 fingers to make him helpless. You what? Are you still not satisfied? As Chu Yang spoke, the white sword light immediately moved. The cold light approached. Although it was just a sword light, Wang Feiming felt that its sharp chi could cut the sky open. His expression changed drastically, but it was too late. The sword light was too fast. He originally thought that he was going to die, but he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his forehead. As soon as he sensed it with his divine perception, he immediately saw that the sword light wrote on his forehead, "I'm a bastard." It was one thing to write, but the handwriting was crooked and ugly. This was not enough. This sword light also drew all kinds of tortoises on his face. Wang Feiming was so angry that he almost fainted. Brother, who do it? Wang Feiming finally came up with a countermeasure amidst his embarrassment and panic. Die for me. Actually, there was no need for Wang Feiming to speak at all. Hu Wenguang had already made a move long ago. Rumble. Thunder rumbled. Hu Wenguang had already circled behind Chu Yang and smashed out a fist. The lightning radiance on it illuminated the 9 heavens. As it flickered, it seemed to tear apart the void. Furthermore, it was extremely heavy. Hu Wenguang ruthlessly punched towards Chu Yang's back. Pa! Chu Yang didn't move. He didn't even turn his head. His left hand swung backward like a whip, hitting Hu Wenguang's fist. Then he clenched his fist. Rumble. Crackle. When the lightning arcs jumped out of Chu Yang's 5 fingers, the lightning that Hu Wenguang burst out was like a flame being extinguished bit by bit. The lightning quickly faded away. The most obvious sound was the sound of the lightning. At first, it was still rumbling, but soon it turned into crackling sounds. After that, there was no sound at all. In the end, no matter how much magic power Hu Wenguang used, the lightning couldn't burst out at all. How was it possible? How can his lightning technique be so profound? It made me a complete idiot in front of him. A trace of extreme fear burst out from the depths of Hu Wenguang's eyes and immediately appeared on his body. He wanted to retreat in panic. However, like Wang Feiming, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't pull his fist out. He had the same ending as Hu Wenguang. At this moment, Chu Yang turned his head and revealed a sinister smile. I'm right here, waiting for you to kill me. Come and kill me quickly. The rest of the Nirvana realm martial artists were already close to Chu Yang, but they were scared stiff. Hu Wenguang and Wang Feiming were scared out of their wits at this moment. Chu Yang spoke again. Now, can I invite you to order? Chapter 1856. Chu Yang was all smiles. However, that smile was as cold as the edge of a blade. It made Hu Wenguang and Wang Feiming's scalps go numb. They finally faintly realized what kind of person they had provoked. The person in front of them was perhaps as terrifying as those people in the bottom of their hearts. His hands have been controlled. Why aren't you attacking? Why are you standing there like idiots? Waiting for death? If the 2 of us are killed, it will be your turn later. There was no other way. Since things had already come to this, Hu Wenguang and Wang Feiming could only make a final struggle. When Hu Wenguang roared at the 5 Nirvana stage practitioners, Wang Feiming also roared. Huh! Everyone in the Sky Academy burst out laughing. Hu Wenguang's so-called control of Shameless Chu's hands was simply a big joke. It was just that Shameless Chu had started to play tricks. These 2 clowns thought too highly of themselves. Huh! However, there was nothing wrong with Wang Feiming's words. Shameless Chu had always been vengeful. It was too late for the 5 Nirvana realm martial artists to stop now. They could only fight desperately. Kill. Let's fight him. He's just one person. Even if he's extraordinary, what can he do? Yes, he's only at the 9th level of the Soul Fusion realm. It's already heaven-defying for him to cross the Transcendence and Nirvana realms to fight with us. But how many people can he deal with? He's already at his limit. He's just pretending to be tough. There's no need to be afraid of him. Rumble. Clang. 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 2 students from the Divine Firmament Academy cast Thunder Arts at the same time. One formed a thunder tiger, and the other formed a thunder dragon. The roars of the tiger and dragon were louder than the roars of thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. The three students from the Sky Sword Academy released sharp and majestic sword chi that filled the sky. As the tips of their swords trembled, the rolling sword chi seemed to turn into rivers of swords. They gathered together and formed an even more vast river of swords, which rushed toward Chuyang. Lightning, dragons, tigers, and a long river of sword chi formed into a monstrous might that covered the heavens and the earth. It was like two armies had converged, and it carried supreme divine might as it directly charged forward with the might of sweeping through everything. Everywhere it passed, it flattened and destroyed everything. Such a scene caused the scalps of the spectating Nirvana Realm students to go numb. They were able to deal with one of them, but it was utterly impossible to deal with the joint attack of 5 Nirvana Realm martial artists of the same cultivation. Hee hee, Chuyang chuckled. His chuckle wasn't loud, but it seemed to drown out the thunderous roar. It was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. It was extremely mocking. His hand still had no intention of letting go of Hu Wang Guang and Wang Feiming. If he wanted to win against these guys, he had to be happy, right? Especially now, he was very unhappy. He needed to vent. When the two enormous attacks were about to reach him, Chuyang let out a long breath of turbid air. It was as if he had spat out all the anger and killing intent in his heart, forming a white mist. The white mist was so weak in front of the lightning, dragons, tigers, and majestic and fierce river of swords. It was like a wisp of white mist in the morning sun, and a few rays of sunlight could annihilate them. However, what was inconceivable was that this kind of white mist was actually blown away the moment it came into contact with the dragons, tigers, lightning, and mighty river of swords. Yes, blown away. It was simply blown away in an inconceivable manner. It was as if a gentle breeze had extinguished the flames of the 800 Li Mountain. It was simply unbelievable and stupefying. In an instant, the eyes of the 5 Nirvana Realm students bulged out. Their eyes were like dead fish, and their entire bodies were fixed in place like 2 human statues. They couldn't move at all, as if they were fixed in place by a great force. Chapter 1857. What an amazing thunder method. It's definitely not inferior to mine, and even far surpasses mine. Su Yiling's delicate body trembled, and her beautiful eyes were full of astonishment. It was not difficult for her to understand that this was the restraint of the thunder method rules. Chuyang's thunder method rules were completely incomparable to the 2 students of the Divine Firmament Academy. It was like the difference between a dragon and an insect. Therefore, if the dragon only yawned, the insect's all-out attack would only be a joke. Feng Polong and Zhang Jian's hearts also trembled. They also noticed that Chu Yang's comprehension of the sword principle was profound and terrifying, far beyond their imagination. The pervasive sword chi disappeared in an instant, and the violent thunder was blown away like dust. Many people reacted and were secretly speechless. This Chu Yang is really terrifying. No wonder no one can control him in the Sky Academy, despite his overwhelming power. He's only at the 9th level of the Soul Amalgamation Realm, but his comprehension of the rules is far beyond that of the Nirvana Realm. If we're deceived by his cultivation and look down on him, we won't even know how we're going to die. This Chu Yang may really be Eastern Wilderness 002. It seems that the joint competition of the 6 academies this time is completely different from the usual. Such a terrifying person has actually appeared. Except for the students of the Sky Academy, who were not very affected by this, the students of the other 5 academies deeply remembered Chu Yang's face at this moment. They remembered Chu Yang as a person. Their hearts were surging like stormy waves, and they could not calm down for a long time. I'll invite the 5 of you to order, too. Ha! Chu Yang laughed at the 5 people. Immediately, the students of the Sky Academy burst into laughter again. It's coming, The most exciting part will be played soon. The 5 people retreated in horror. They had never expected that the joint attack of the 5 people would be so weak. They were actually so weak. In front of the wild dog, they were as weak as porcelain dolls. Go. The 5 people were completely terrified. They directly left Hu Wenguang and Wang Feiming and fled in different directions. I'm asking you to order, not punishing you to run. Rumble. Chu Yang's mind stirred, and 2 streams of thunder and lightning power blasted into Hu Wenguang and Wang Feiming's bodies. Immediately, the 2 of them screamed miserably and were thrown away by Chu Yang. They rolled on the ground in pain. However, after being struck by the lightning, the 2 of them were not charred black, and there was no lightning on their bodies. Only from their 7 orifices, black smoke came out, bringing with it the smell of burnt meat. Clearly, their insides were already charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Whoosh, whoosh. Chu Yang was like a flying divine sword. The void was like a piece of paper. As he flew, it seemed to be constantly being cut. The 5 Nirvana realm martial artists didn't even have the chance to escape. They were all suppressed by him, and then controlled by the projectile lines and directly brought back. These 5 people swayed in the air like 5 fish that Chu Yang had bought from the fisherman. Bang! Chu Yang threw them together with Hu Wenguang and Wang Feiming, and said with a smile, "Now, can I invite you to order seriously? Chu Hang, you bastard. Can't you leave some drama for this divine bird?" Good, this divine bird is also fighting to the death. The parrot's angry voice attracted everyone's attention, and they were immediately stunned. However, there was no fighting to the death. The damn bird was imitating a human, lying on its back in the air, and its 2 bird legs were crossed like a human's. It was extremely leisurely. On the other side, there were more than 10 students from the Divine Firmament Academy and the Sky Sword Academy opposite it. They were each fighting with a colorful version of themselves, and it was very lively. Such a situation shocked many people. Compared to Chu Yang's means, the means of this damned bird made them even more shocked. What kind of magical power is this? Chapter 1858. Waha. The parrot finally got the same treatment as Chu Yang. It immediately jumped up from its lying position. Its 2 wings were like human hands behind its back, and its 2 legs were like a bird. It started to stride forward like 5 or 6 people. It held its head high and said narcissistically, "This is me, a divine bird, a godly divine bird. All the birds in the world are bright, but I am me, a different kind of firework." Please remember this scene. It also sang the song that Chu Yang had once sung, "How lonely it is to be invincible. My loneliness, who can understand me? How empty it is to be invincible. My loneliness, endless loneliness." Huh. Bursts of laughter rang out instantly. Of course, it was the people of the Sky Academy, while the 5 academies were still in a daze and adapting to the situation. It definitely required a process of adaptation, or at least a process of speechlessness. After all, it was a parrot who claimed to be invincible but lonely, invincible but empty. Especially this parrot, its behavior was very funny at the moment. "I waited for 1,000 years. I've waited for 1,000 years." The song rang out again, and in an instant, all eyes were fixed on Chu Yang. Huh! The people of the Sky Academy burst into laughter again. It began. Shameless Chu finally began to play tricks. Therefore, they all began to concentrate. After all, it was not easy to meet such a person, and they even felt a little nostalgic. The parrot was furious, but it could not change the fact that Chu Yang was still singing loudly with his orchid fingers raised. "I've waited for 1,000 years. I have no regrets." Although Chu Yang's state of mind was not suitable for making jokes at the moment, he still did it. At this moment, he did not need to use a close-up lens to magnify the sorrow and worry in his heart, which would make him feel that everything was difficult. At some point, the state of mind was more important. Only when he was in the best state could he make the most correct and wisest judgment. Now, Chu Yang felt that he needed to laugh. Who was the one who said that invincibility would never change? Just for this one sentence, aha. Even if my intestines are broken, I will not complain. The parrot finally understood that Chu Hang was saying that its invincibility would only come once in 1,000 years. It immediately jumped up and cursed. Chu Hang, you bastard, you actually changed the lyrics of such a good song. Don't you have a conscience? This is so boring. Immediately change this divine bird back, or this divine bird will go crazy. Chu Yang obeyed and said to Shangguan Lan affectionately, I have no regrets waiting for you for 1,000 years. Who is it that said, love me will never change just for this sentence, aha. Even if my intestines are broken, I will not complain. The red bird on Shangguan Lan's shoulder immediately shouted, Little sheep, sing Invincible for me. The parrot anxiously said, Chu Hang, these lyrics are so affectionate. You must continue. At the request of the parrot and the red bird, Chu Yang easily switched between the two, which made the two birds stunned. It could be done like this. Shangguan Lan was not angry this time. Instead, her heart was full of tenderness. Brother sheep, are you such a person? Even if you're worried about your big brother, do you still have a smile like this on your face? Ha! This time, not only the people of the Sky Academy, but also the people of the 5 great academies were all laughing crazily. Even Su Yiling was convulsing with laughter. Feng Polong also laughed involuntarily. Even Zhang Jian, who looked like a dead person, unconsciously showed a smile on his pale face. Among the people present, there were many geniuses of the 6 great academies, and even many holy disciples. They were either laughing or looking very strange. To be exact, this was really a rare sight. Chapter 1859. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Chu Yang finished, the parrot knocked down the dozen or so Transcendence Realm cultivators and threw them together with Hu Wenguang and Wang Feiming. It flapped its wings and said, Please order. Of course, Chu Yang also spoke. He and the parrot had a tacit understanding. Such tacit understanding made the crowd burst into laughter, especially the students of the Sky Academy. They were so happy that they began to make guesses. There are 5 packages. What do you think they are? I'm really curious. It's really too difficult to know the contents of the 5 packages. How can ordinary people imagine the imagination of Shameless Chu and that stupid bird? I guess the first package must be to strip them naked and hang them up to dry. How is this not strange and shocking? I want protest. I want to see something new. Immediately, many people echoed and shouted, Shameless Chu, we want to see something new. We want to see something new. Chu Yang hadn't started yet, but the students of the Sky Academy had already made such a fuss. The students of the 5 academies really found it incredible. It seemed that Shameless Chu was the public enemy, but why was the atmosphere so strange? Could it be that there was something magical in Chu Yang's package? Many people's curiosity had been aroused, and they were waiting to see how Chu Yang would torture them. They thought that Hu Wenguang and Wang Feiming would be miserable, but few people sympathized with them. Whether they were stupid or not, Hu Wenguang and Wang Feiming should never be the first to eat crabs. After all, a person's name was like a tree's shadow. After all, Chu Yang's reputation was out there. He might even be Eastern Wasteland 002, whose might shook the entire Eastern continent. How could these two dare to be so arrogant in front of such a person? However, Su Yiling and Feng Polong couldn't laugh. After all, this was related to the Heaven Sword Academy and the Divine Firmament Academy. However, they couldn't say anything because Hu Wenguang and Wang Feiming were too arrogant. They couldn't find a reason to plead for mercy. Wild Dog, what can you do to us? According to the rules of the 6 academies combined tournament, no one is allowed to kill. Do you dare to touch us? That's right. Other than stealing our points, what else can you do, Wild Dog? Su Yiling and Feng Polong, who originally wanted to ask for help from Chu Yang, suddenly heard Hu Wenguang and Wang Feiming's malicious words. They even recklessly provoked Chu Yang. They couldn't help but feel hatred and anger in their hearts. They gritted their teeth so hard that they almost broke. The two of them really did not understand. Were Hu Wenguang and Wang Feiming really stupid, Or were they pretending to be stupid? Did they really think that Chu Yang was easy to get along with? What about Bai Qinxing? What about Li Shengsan? These two people were strong enough in the Seven Wheels Demon region. But what happened in the end? Chu Yang had killed the two of them in front of the 6 great academies. In the end, he had even chased the dean of the 6 great academies away like a dog. There were rules in the 6 academies combined tournament, but could they be compared with the situation in the Seven Wheels Demon region at that time? How could such a trivial rule stump Chu Yang? How could Chu Yang put such a rule in his eyes? Rules were only for the weak. If Chu Yang was strong enough, the 6 great academies could only turn a blind eye. However, come on, wild dog. Wang Feiming pointed to his neck and continued to shout at Chu Yang. Wild dog, aren't you very capable? Come here if you have the ability. Ha! Hu Wenguang even laughed mockingly. Wild dog, we are provoking you. What do you do? At worst, you can break our bones and break our tendons. After lying in bed for half a year, we will be a hero again. Why will we be afraid of you? Haha, there's a good show to watch. The students of the Sky Academy were even more overjoyed. This time, the show that we haven't seen before can be completed. Chapter 1860. Then a student from the Sky Academy said, Hey, heroes, you are in the Nirvana realm. Hurry up and use the Nirvana flame. Yes, hurry up and use the Nirvana flame. Maybe you can turn the tables later. Exactly. You two extraordinary heroes. I admire your wisdom and backbone to the extreme. Use the flames of Nirvana, and you'll surely be able to turn defeat into victory. These people from the Sky Academy were obviously waiting to watch the fun. The people from the 5 academies were confused and felt even weirder. Logically speaking, Chu Yang really didn't have much choice but to beat Hu Wenguang and Wang Feiming up. This was the limit. The rules of the joint competition between the 6 academies were there, and the patrol team had probably noticed this. However, the reaction of the people from the Sky Academy was obviously not good yet. Many people from the 5 academies even found that the female students from the Sky Academy had turned around inexplicably. On the other side, Chu Yang's peerless beauty had also left without a sound. What the hell? What is Chu Yang going to do? For a moment, the people from the 5 academies were very confused. Bang! 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 At this time, muffled sounds were heard again and again. When they noticed the lousy bird, it instantly transformed into a furious little bird as it madly attacked Hu Wenguang, Wang Feiming, and the others. Hu Wenguang and the others were beaten to the point that they could only lie on the ground and groan, and were completely unable to use Nirvana flames. This damn bird is really clever. The people from the Sky Academy burst into laughter again. It's so clever. You have to see what kind of bird it is. The parrot was very proud and said proudly to the people from the Sky Academy, That's for sure. I'm the most dazzling one today. The people from the Sky Academy laughed crazily. This damn bird was obviously afraid that Chu Hang would show his power again and make it dim. After all, this was the first time in 1,000 years that it had been waiting for such a show of power. Hey! The parrot began to show off and said to Hu Wenguang and others, Since you are all silent, it's obvious that you have a big appetite. You must have ordered all 5 sets. As a benevolent divine bird, I will satisfy you. The members of the Sky Academy were satisfied with his words because the 5 sets were about to appear. However, they were a little worried about letting this lousy bird preside over the event. A miserable shriek could be heard as the parrot's magical power transformed into a dozen or so hands, which grabbed onto Hu Wenguang's hair and began to pull it out. In the blink of an eye, Hu Wenguang's bald head was covered with blood. Tease this divine bird again. How arrogant. Don't be arrogant in front of this divine bird. The parrot let loose a torrent of abuse and clenched its claws into fists. The second set is here, and I'll return your beautiful fist. Bang, bang, bang. Hu Wenguang's mouth was crooked, his nose was broken, and his eyeballs popped out. His entire face was deformed and badly mangled. He howled miserably on the ground. At the side, One faming, and the others felt their scalps go numb. This damn bird was too ruthless. Damn bird, kill me if you dare. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Guang threatened like a ferocious ghost. However, as soon as his voice came out, he was shocked to find that the people of the Sky Academy were all roaring at him. Your face is badly mangled, and so is your brain. Shut up, idiot, shut up immediately. You're not provoking that damn bird. If you dare, shout at Chu Hang. Divine bird, calling divine bird. Your performance is not wonderful. We're not satisfied. Not to mention Guang. Even Wang Faming and the others were stunned. They were the victims. Why didn't they get any sympathy? The members of the 5 academies were also dumbfounded. What's wrong with the Sky Academy? Are they crazy? Chapter 1861. Rip, rip, rip. In an instant, under the stunned gazes of many people from the 5 academies, Guang turned into a white pig and was then hung up. In the end, everyone finally understood what the Sky Academy meant by stripping, pulling out, and hanging up to dry. It turned out that this was it. The woman's high-pitched scream also made them realize why the female students of the Sky Academy had just turned around. It turned out that this damn bird was a habitual offender and had always been so despicable. In this way, even if Guang lay in bed for half a year, he would not be able to become a hero, but he could become a white pig and be remembered by people for a lifetime. He would be too ashamed to see others. Damn bird, please stop immediately. Divine bird, I beg you, can you let the professionals do it? How can the divine bird use such a good ingredient? All right, the food you cook has to be edible, right? After hearing the voice of the Sky Academy, the people from the 5 academies immediately understood the mystery again. It turned out that Chu Yang was the professional. He was the ancestor. He was the most primitive evil. Ow! The parrot was very hurt. It directly used its magic power to strip Wang Faming and the others and hung them up to dry. The Sky Academy was full of curses. Everything was really ruined by this damn bird. Little bitch, you have to do it step by step. You can't do it so fiercely all of a sudden. Scammer Chu, you shut up for this divine bird. Today is this divine bird special day. If you dare to make a move, this divine bird will immediately fall out with you. We won't be brothers anymore. The parrot felt ashamed and became brave. It poked Guang, Wang Faming, and the others with its wings and ordered, You. And you. You said you're a tortoise. You said you're a tortoise. You said you're a dog. You said you're a tortoise, and a dog. There was no novelty at all. The people of the Sky Academy protested and shouted for someone else. In the midst of the noise, a roar came from not far away like thunder. Stop! Hurry up and stop. How dare you? The inspection team is here. How dare you act rashly? You're guilty. A thunderous roar shook the crowd and silenced the clamor. Of course, everyone knew who the patrol team was. Immediately, everyone's gazes focused on the 6 people who were flying through the sky. They were flying toward them at high speed. The wind howled and sonic booms rang out. In the blink of an eye, the 6 of them appeared in the field. It was as if 6 mountains had fallen, and they immediately suppressed everything. The 6 of them were all 56 years old. They were all dressed differently and had the unique symbol of the 6 great academies on them. The Sky Academy, Divine Firmament Academy, Sky Sword Academy, Sky Demon Academy, Star Academy, and Myriad Academy all had one member of the patrol team. This was to ensure the fairness of the patrol team. All 6 of them were at least at the Death Spirit Realm, with more of them being at the Life Spirit Realm. The inspection team only targeted the students of the Inner Yard and the Elite Yard, not including the Holy Disciples. Therefore, such strength was enough. Chu Yang sized up these 6 old men. His eyes flickered incessantly. To most people, there was still a certain degree of fairness in front of the inspection team, but he probably didn't. At least, that was what he thought at the moment. As soon as the 6 old men saw Guang, Wang Faming, and the others, they immediately flared up. Like 6 awakened beasts, they burst out with great majesty oppressing people to the point of suffocation. Chapter 1862. Sure enough, Chu Yang smiled in his heart. The 6 great academies are united. An old man also said angrily, "It's normal to have a fight, but how can you humiliate people to such an extent?" This old man was from the Heaven Sword Academy. His words were reasonable, but Chu Yang also had his own reasons. If they regarded him as a fellow disciple or a fellow disciple, did he need to do that? Or would such a thing happen? Hu Wenguang and Wang Feiming knew that he might be the Eastern Wilderness 002, but they still dared to clamor and humiliate him. If he didn't make an example of them, how many people would come and make trouble for him? He didn't want to do that, but he had to. Chu Yang didn't say anything. He looked down and waited to see how they would deal with it. "Brother Fong is right," the old man from the Sky Academy said. Chu Yang didn't know this person, but he heard the old man say, "Such behavior destroys the unity of the 6 great academies. It's absolutely intolerable. We must punish them severely." After hearing this, Chu Yang roughly knew the result. It's just the beginning, but they've already made such a big fuss. They must be severely punished to warn others. This can't be allowed to continue. There must be a limit to the fight. The rest of the old men also expressed their attitudes. Chu Yang listened to everything and could only chuckle in response. Without knowing what had happened, the 6 people directly made a judgment. As for the so-called, "This can't be allowed to continue, and there must be a limit to the fight," he despised them even more. The 6 great academies had always followed the law of the jungle, which was vividly reflected in the various tests of the Sky Academy. Therefore, he was sure that if it was not him, but another person, the result would definitely not be like this. "But you," in an instant, 6 pairs of sharp eyes looked over with incomparable sharpness. They were like 10 divine swords piercing straight towards Chu Yang. Boundless oppressive aura, like mountains, like seas, like abysses, also pressed down together. In an instant, it was as if 6 heavens were pressing down on him. Rumble. The void rumbled as if it had turned into a vast ocean. The void surged like seawater. The parrot couldn't withstand the pressure and leaned toward Chu Yang. Perhaps Chu Yang was the only one who could remain unaffected by such pressure. If it was anyone else at the 9th level of the soul amalgamation realm, they would have already knelt on the ground, shivering and sweating profusely. They might have even been crushed to death by the pressure. His body glowed with a radiant light. It seemed as if a barrier had formed around the parrot, so that it wouldn't be affected in the slightest. In the Legion of Gods, Chu Yang's fleshly body had reached godly ascension, which meant that the parrot's divine ability hadn't had much of an effect on him. How could the pressure of a life and death expert possibly do anything to him? In addition, his psyche had also condensed into a spiritual godhead. Perhaps only the pressure of a saint could threaten him. Hee hee. Chu Yang chuckled again. When his laughter entered the ears of many people, they were all shocked. At this time, this Chu Yang could still laugh. "How dare you? What are you laughing at? How dare you be so arrogant in front of us? It seems that we can't spare you." The 6 old men were not only shocked, but also furious. Their voices became even sharper. Every word was like thunder. Every word was directed at Chu Yang's mind. They wanted to attack and crush Chu Yang's mind. Swish! Chapter 1863. Huh. Chu Yang's signature chuckle rang out once again. Many people's hearts almost skipped a beat. His guts were a bit too big, wasn't it? Chu Yang didn't wait for the 6 old men to make trouble again. Instead, he opened his mouth and said, "I thought that I would be able to hear a sentence like, 'What else do you have to say for yourself?' Unfortunately, I don't even have such an honor." With just one sentence, everyone was violently shaken. Yes, even if he was a criminal, he would have a chance to explain himself if he was caught red-handed. How could he be like Chu Yang, who didn't even have a chance to explain himself? Chu Yang realized that the 6 old men in the inspection team didn't feel any shame because of his words. They didn't even have any emotional fluctuations. He was surprised, but he didn't want to think too much about it. He continued to mock them. I'm old. I'm talking about the 6 of you who are about to die. Can you not be so anxious and calm down? His words were really impolite. Wow. The crowd finally burst into an uproar. The inspection team was too much, but Chuyang wasn't easy to deal with either. There were so many students in the 6 great academies. Which one of them dared to say such words? He's indeed a barbarian. He doesn't know the most basic etiquette. Bestial instincts exist. It's useless to talk to him. Only sticks are useful to beasts. The inspection team spoke again, which shocked many people. How could an elder say such undignified words? Huh. Chuyang couldn't help but laugh loudly. The discrimination between the East Continent and the Eastern Wilderness was really deep. He thought the contempt of the East Continent was more or less the same. He exploded. He pointed his finger at his nose and said directly, "Come on, 6 old dogs. Try to touch me. I'll teach you how to behave on behalf of your parents." It wasn't over yet. Speaking of which, your parents really neglected their duties. They actually let you 6 disgusting things out. It's one thing for you to do evil in the human world, but you actually specialize in making people vomit. They really deserve to die. I think they must have died very miserably. In the end, they have to bear the blame. How pitiful. Sigh, they're really wronged. They actually gave birth to you. You bloody weirdos. You. The 6 members of the inspection team were so angry that their faces turned green. They were already so old, yet they were still being insulted like this. Waha! The parrot stepped in at the right time. He laughed wildly. 6 old dogs. This divine bird really admires your wisdom and courage. You even dared to scold Chu Hang. Hee, are you happy now? Damn it. Feathered beast. How dare you be so presumptuous? The 6 old men were fuming with anger. Their beards and eyebrows were like swords, as if they had already been unsheathed. Their gazes were extremely fierce, as if they wished they could eat the parrot alive on the spot. Their aged bodies were also trembling with anger. They no longer had the posture they had a moment ago, the dignified and mighty life and death saber, arrogant and overbearing. Oh hey, you're so polite. I'm so scared. As soon as the parrot finished, Chuyang appeared. He was extremely sarcastic. Beast, do you really think we don't dare to kill you? Oh hey. The parrot screamed again. 6 old dogs? Are you under the pressure of ghosts? Or did someone tie up your old hands and legs? Didn't Chu Hang say that you can try to touch him? You're so arrogant. Why don't you try to touch him? The man and the parrot didn't give the 6 old men any face. They didn't even need to talk about giving them a way out. They directly attacked them to death. Their words were ear-piercing and heart-wrenching. None of their words were without thorns. Chapter 1864. His courage is commendable, but his wisdom is limited. Many students of the Sky Academy didn't feel much about this scene, and they only felt contempt for the 6 old men. These 6 old men are probably tired of living too comfortably and want to vent their anger. They're cursing shameless Chu. He's a genius, a rare, peerless genius. That's right. Of all the people to bicker with, they chose shameless Chu. I can only mourn for those 6 old men. They're cursing shameless Chu as a beast. I admire them. I really admire them. In shameless Chu's words, my respect for these 6 old men is endless like a torrential river, like the ups and downs of mountains, endless. Most of the people of the Sky Academy were sarcastic. It wasn't that they looked down on the 6 old men of the inspection team, but they were very stupid, naive, and innocent if they wanted to scare shameless Chu. When he was in the Sky Academy, shameless Chu even dared to confront the Sage Master. So why wouldn't he dare to provoke a mere inspection team? 6 old dogs do it. Waiting is torturous. How long do you want me to wait? Hurry up and let me die. Chu Yang's sarcastic words directly embarrassed the 6 old men of the inspection team. They were so angry that their bones seemed to be shaking and cracking, but none of them dared to do anything. Because of the thunder tribulation, the arrogant little beast in front of them relied on the thunder tribulation. If they did anything, they would be doomed once the little beast triggered the thunder tribulation. Only when one reached the sage level could he avoid the thunder tribulation even if he was involved in others. However, even a sage would be punished by the thunder tribulation if he dared to attack someone who was going through the tribulation. None of the 6 old men of the inspection team had reached the sage level, so once they were involved in the little beast's thunder tribulation, the consequences were simply unimaginable. Let's go. The 6 old men didn't want to stay any longer and were about to leave. During the whole process, they seemed to be really here to be bullied. Chuyang felt that something was wrong. Go, he said. Did I allow you to go? In an instant, the bodies of the 6 old men stiffened, and a buzzing sound rang out in everyone's mind. Even at this stage, Chuyang still felt that it was not enough. It was really shocking. Who would have thought that Chuyang would be so aggressive in the end? After the inspection team compromised, they couldn't even retreat unscathed. The 6 old men's faces turned red, and their eyes were filled with anger. They wanted to raise their hands and slap the little bastard to death, but they raised their hands and put them down again. They kept repeating that small action. What do you want? The sound was the sound of gnashing teeth, the sound of gnashing teeth. What do you want? Chuyang directly retorted. He sneered in his heart and said, "This marshal already has enough questions in his heart. After throwing such a big question at this marshal, you want to leave just like that? Is there such a simple thing in this world? What exactly do you want? If that's the case, you want me to continue thinking, right?" Chuyang's voice turned cold. "Then, I'll give you a direct answer. Kneel down." Boom! After everyone heard this, they immediately exploded. They couldn't believe that Chuyang actually wanted the 6 old men of the inspection team to kneel down. The prestige of the inspection team had been completely lost because of Chuyang's challenge. If they kneeled down again, what prestige would they have left? How could they convince the masses? Swoosh! Feng Polong, Su Yilong, Zhang Jian, and the rest, the geniuses of the 6 great academies, couldn't help but change their expressions. Chuyang actually wanted to go to such a step. He wanted to go all out and completely fall out with the 6 great academies. Why did it have to be like this? Chapter 1865. Don't cross the line. You better stop before you go too far. The authority of the inspection team is not to be challenged. The 6 old men were also in disbelief. They never thought that this little bastard would not give them any face at all, and would even directly shed all pretenses of cordiality. He had completely put on a stance of not giving up until one of them was dead and the fish died in the net. This had greatly exceeded their expectations, and it was also completely beyond what they could bear. At their age, if they were forced to kneel, how could they have the face to live in this world? Hee. Chuyang only laughed. Who is crossing a line? Who should stop before they go too far? You've already achieved your goal, yet you still want to leave without any pain or itch. It was like someone came and hit Chuyang on the back of his head with a brick. When Chuyang was angry, they ran away. How could Chuyang not chase after them? I am crossing the line. I am not stopping before I go too far. I am challenging your authority. Chuyang glared at the 6 people. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He grinned and said in a rude and unreasonable manner, "What do you want?" His voice was very cold. It was as if this cold voice had frozen everything. The situation was completely frozen. No one knew what would happen in the next moment. Would the world turn upside down in the next moment? The 6 elders of the inspection team were caught between a rock and a hard place. They froze there, unable to advance or retreat. Their faces were hot, like streaky pork that was being roasted on the fire. They were sizzling and seemed to be oozing oil. Very well. Chuyang laughed coldly again. I already know your choice. So, should I invite the little cuties of the Retribution Thunder to come out? 6 old dogs. Chuyang realized that he was really sharp and mean. He was like a mad dog, biting people crazily. No matter what, he would bite off a piece of meat. As a result, he felt that he was very weak and pathetic. He had fallen to this kind of person. However, when he took the 6 old dogs to be his enemies, all of that ceased to exist. Because there was a good saying, being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. He had passed the test psychologically, but he had no choice but to reflect on himself. This was not the first time he had done something like this, and it would not be the last time either. In the future, such a scene might continue to play out. Poison, viciousness, and so on would probably seep deep into his bones, turning him into a complete scum. Chuyang saw the possibility of this happening to himself, but he couldn't do much about it. It was the world he lived in that made him gradually become extreme. He was just being pushed around, and he was just abiding by the law of survival of the fittest. Everything had nothing to do with him. However, despite all these reasons, he was unable to convince himself in the end. Perhaps I'm a mean person by nature. Chuyang bitterly smiled in his heart. I better not humiliate myself in the future. No matter what, I can't let myself look like a madman, an extremely dangerous person. As for the matter in front of him, what was done could not be undone. He could only pay attention to it in the future. Chuyang's change in thinking was naturally unknown to outsiders. When he calmed down slightly, he realized that when he forced the other party into a dead end, he also forced himself into a dead end. His elder brother was in the hands of an enemy, and he needed the divine doppelganger fruit and the holy embryo. At this moment, he had completely fallen out with the 6 great academies. It's too late. What's the point of saying anything? Once I pass this trial, I will definitely change my nature as a fighting rooster. Chapter 1866. Bang, bang, bang. This was the sound of the 6 members of the inspection team kneeling down. No one knew how they felt when they knelt down, and no one knew how they felt when they left. It was definitely not a good feeling. After all, there were people who were about to die of old age, and they had to kneel down to a young cub. It would be strange if they were in a good mood. No one could see the expressions of the 6 people at that time, because when they knelt down, their heads were very, very low, so low that they seemed to have drilled into the earth's crust. They came with endless dignity, but in the end, they left with endless shame. They had experienced both extremes, and it could be said that they had experienced both ice and fire. That sour feeling was something that could not be described by those who had not experienced it before. People also felt that it was very strange. Then, they realized the reason for the strangeness. That guy called Chuyang had still completely offended the 6 old men. In their lifetime, the biggest wish of these 6 people was to kill Chuyang. Many people were convinced of this, and so was Chuyang. His personality needed to be changed and polished, but this definitely did not prove that he cared. He cared about many things, but no matter what, these 6 old men were definitely not among the things he cared about. Chuyang left with Shangwan Lan and the parrot, leaving behind a clamor that overshadowed the 6 academies' joint competition and everything else. What else could be more shocking than what happened today? At least not so far. Su Yiling's mood was very complicated. She felt that something big had happened, something very big, so big that it was unimaginable. She heard that a woman's intuition was more accurate than a man's. In the past, she liked her intuition very much, but now, she hated it very much. If such a premonition happened, she would not be able to bear it. Feng Polong did not say anything, and Zhang Jian seemed to be completely dead. Feng Polong was sure that Chuyang would definitely make a big move after this, and Zhang Jian's perception of this was even clearer than Feng Polong's. They all smelled the smell of blood. Storm's footsteps were getting closer and closer. They could already hear the sound of Storm's footsteps. After leaving the people's sight, Chuyang had a smile on his face and was telling jokes. He wouldn't show an unhappy expression even if he was beaten to death. This made Shangwan Lan speechless for a long time. His own elder brother had been captured and was very likely to be killed. A person who could still laugh was either heartless or heartless. However, Chuyang didn't seem to be such a person. Brother Goat, don't you think it's a little weird today? Shangwan Lan was right beside Chuyang, very close to him. He could clearly smell the fragrance on her body, hear her breathing, and even hear her heart, so much so that he felt that her heart was very close to him. Chuyang was still smiling. He nodded. Naturally, he knew that there was something strange going on today. Whether it was Wu Guang and Wang Feiming or the patrol team, the former seemed to be looking for a beating, while the latter seemed to be looking for humiliation. How could it not be strange? Brother Goat, I mean, Shang Wanlan suddenly said, Brother Goat, everything you've done today seems to be in line with some people's wishes. Chu Yang was still smiling at first, but all of a sudden, his mind buzzed. His mind went blank in an instant, and he seemed to be frozen. The group of people was flying at an extremely fast speed when Chu Yang suddenly stopped at this moment. Shang Wanlan looked at Chu Yang's stunned expression and knew that she didn't need to say anything more because she knew that there was no need to say anything else. Chu Yang had completely understood. She also understood that men were very prideful. If she was smarter than her man, it would seem a little bad, even if her man was an unconventional person. Chapter 1867. Of course, she also believed that there were not that many fools in this world, so it was not normal for Chu Yang to meet fools. Chu Yang was already worthy of some people's research, and someone must have thoroughly studied Chu Yang's temperament and hobbies, just like now. Especially when Chu Yang was unprepared, it was even easier for him to be schemed against. At this moment, Chu Yang was very clear that he had been fooled, completely fooled. His every reaction should have been calculated by the other party. The things that he didn't think through before, he suddenly understood them all. Why did it have to be Hu Wenguang and Wang Feiming, these two small fries who brought people to cause trouble? Why did the 6 people of the inspection team all look like 6 big fools? Chu Yang had thought it through. The other party had achieved their goal with the lowest cost. Fortunately, I haven't taken action yet. The only fortunate thing was that Chu Yang originally had a plan, but he had not had time to take action. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Therefore, this was a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, the enemy would have laughed and treated him as a complete fool. I can only wait for Kuan to come back and make plans. Chu Yang decided to do nothing for the time being. Doing nothing did not necessarily mean that he would not make mistakes, but at least he could make fewer mistakes. At this moment, he was in the dark, in a state where he did not understand anything. Making fewer mistakes was an acceptable choice. After every incident was over, the follow-up would definitely follow. Before a new incident happened, there would always be some people who needed to understand the cause and vent the anger in their hearts. Han Zhong, after the inspection team had knelt down, had a lot of things that he did not understand, which made him very unhappy. Han Zhong was only 6 feet 6, which was definitely not considered tall, but he looked 6 feet 9, or even taller because his body was well groomed. His clothes might not be very gorgeous, but they were definitely the most fitting. His shoes were definitely not the best, but the shoes on his feet were definitely suitable for his feet. He thought that he was the best tailor and the best shoemaker. He was very good at this aspect, but how could he compare to him? This was what he had always been proud of. Perhaps he wasn't a qualified servant, but he was definitely the most loyal servant. He definitely lived up to the word loyal in his name. Han Zhong was 33 years old this year. There was not a trace of fat on his body. His body was as young as the young students of the 6 great academies. His body was still full of vitality. He liked married women the most. Yesterday, he had successfully made love with a noble lady. If he wanted to do it again today, it would definitely not be a problem. For a man like him at his age, this kind of thing seemed to be very easy. However, he was not in the mood today because his heart was filled with anger. At this moment, he was angrily going to meet a person, a bastard whose leg had been cut off and who had never eaten fish since he was 10 years old. That bastard was in the Middle Sky mountain range in an extremely secluded valley. Han Zhong entered the canyon and saw a person playing chess. A person who was playing chess with himself. This person placed his chess pieces very softly, so gentle that there was not a trace of sound. I am very ugly, but I am very gentle. Such a sentence was definitely very suitable to describe the person in front of him. Chapter 1868. Cough, cough, cough. In a quiet canyon, a few coughs came from this person from time to time. Yi as in yellow leaves, stupid as in stupid. This person was called Yiyu. Because he was like a fish, he would never eat fish, even if he was beaten to death. His legs were definitely not cut off because he did not eat fish. It was said that they were cut off by a person surnamed Chu. Yiyu seemed to have expected Han Zhong to come, so he did not even raise his head. He just played chess with himself. Do I need an explanation? Han Zhong was originally very angry, but for some reason, when he saw Yiyu, he seemed to be unable to get angry. Explanation. Yiyu chuckled. What do I need to explain to you? When he spoke, Yiyu seemed to have been playing chess with him wholeheartedly, so much so that people misunderstood that the person who had just spoken was not him at all. You don't need to explain to me, but you need to explain to young master. Han Zhong's anger emerged again, like a volcanic eruption, uncontrollable. Yiyu finally stopped playing chess. With his pockmarked face, he looked at Han Zhong with disdain. It's because of idiots like you that young master specifically told you that you don't need to ask. You just need to do as he says. Now, I also think that his words are very reasonable. At least in this way, we don't have to waste so much time talking. In that case, you don't want to say anything, right? Han Zhong sneered. No. Yiyu shook his head calmly. If I don't say anything, not only will it be more troublesome, but it will also waste more time because you're not only stupid, but also too curious. Talking to such a person would definitely not be pleasant. Han Zhong could only endure it. He wasn't trying to flirt with some stupid or impatient woman, but he was talking to a bastard. In particular, it was not easy for this bastard to explain to him. You want to ask why we wasted Hu Wenguang and Wang Feiming because they're worthless, right? Before Han Zhong could ask, Yiyu had already spoken, and this question happened to be Han Zhong's first question. That's right. I've heard of fishing. How can we fish without bait? Hu Wenguang and Wang Feiming are bait. What about young master? Han Zhong retorted. In order to stop Feng Polong, Zhang Jian has already appeared. It's very easy to find young master from Zhang Jian. What do you think? Yiyu chuckled again. Let me think about it. How can I explain it in words that you can understand? He felt a headache coming on and said, How about this? Even if young master is exposed now, will people still suspect young master when something even more shocking happens? Han Zhong understood what he meant. On the battlefield, the soldiers were usually the first to die. Young master was a soldier now. Who would suspect a soldier for something done by a general or marshal? His young master had been exposed too quickly and too stupidly. This was also the best part. Han Zhong's anger had completely disappeared. This was his greatest anger, but he had just realized the mystery behind it. Yiyu had removed the young master from suspicion early on, so he couldn't help but admire Yiyu. The result of the inspection team seems to be the best result. Han Zhong couldn't help but laugh. As long as he thought about the 6 old men from the 6 great academies having to kneel down to a young brat, he wanted to laugh. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the message they wanted to convey had already been sent out. The holy disciples of the 6 great academies should all know that Chu Yang was their biggest threat. Otherwise, if Chu Yang went to fight with them for the holy fetus while enduring the thunder tribulation, they would also suffer losses. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.